Yeah, so here it is. We can see we're very close to hitting 10,000. And I think I want to do something special. It depends on if he's available, but I think it would be really cool if one of my nephews could actually be the 10,000 subscriber and we could do it actually live. So I'm going to give Amari a call and see if he's subbed. And if he's not, he'd probably freak out at the opportunity to be the 10,000 subscriber. Let me give him a call real quick.
What up, Mom?
What's up, Amari? Did I wake you up?
No. I'm working on like a show kind of pitch to put together for my friends.
Okay,
But I'm not
okay.
really busy.
You said you're busy?
That's why I'm not.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm actually live streaming right now, and I got something going on that I think you might be happy about.
What you got, man?
So I'm on the cusp of hitting 10,000 subscribers for one of my YouTube channels.
What?
Yeah, and I was going to ask
Congrats,
you,
man.
appreciate it, but I'm at 9,999 right now. And I was going to ask you if you're subscribed to Financial Anatomy, and if not, how did you feel about being the 10,000 subscriber?
Yeah, well, what's the thing right now? I'll do right now.
All right, it's you type in on YouTube Financial Anatomy.
Mm-hmm. Financial. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Just did just now. Oh, yes, sir. That's 10K.
Oh, so it's about the update on the. Oh shoot! I just saw it update on the live stream. It's 10,000. So I appreciate it, Mari. You're my 10,000 subscriber.
I appreciate that, man. It's day by day.
I
Thank you, man.
kind of figured it would.
Yeah, let's go, man. So cool.
Sup, everyone, and welcome to the 10,000 sub live stream for Financial Anatomy. If we're not there yet, that means we're on the cusp and we're doing this stream to celebrate that it's coming up, but also to help us get there. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, you could do us a big favor by hitting that sub button because we're on the cusp of hitting 10,000 subscribers. But to celebrate, I'm actually doing a live stream of all my previous content when it comes to personal finance, not including any kind of app reviews or anything like that. Although I will be including comparisons where I compare like two financial apps like Cash App or Chime or Venmo or Veraro or something like that. That will be included, but things where I talk about a credit score, about the comparison between apps, about investing, maybe certain clips from the Side Hustle Society podcast where I talk about finances that kind of apply to financial anatomy. We're going to be streaming that, and my apology, I'm recording this on my phone, but yeah, we're going to be streaming that, and it's going to be a nice long stream. And I want to thank everyone that's helped me get here. One thing you'll see with these videos is it's going to be taking stuff from the very beginning of this channel up to the points where we're at today. So you're going to see the set evolve, and you're going to see my primitive, humble beginnings at first. But I'm really excited for this stream, and I'm glad we finally hit this milestone. Only 10% of people on YouTube ever hit over 10,000 subscribers. So that means that we're officially in the top 10%. It's very much appreciated, all support you give me throughout the years. Let's go ahead and start the stream. We're going to start off with when one of my contacts, Taylor, asked me what's the purpose of Financial Anatomy. I answered that on a podcast, and from there, we're going to start streaming the videos in order. I'll see you later, or I'll see you now. All right, so we are getting ready to wind down the show, but I always ask my guests if they have any questions they want to hit me with, anything.
But when you have left this earth, what is the legacy that you want to leave behind? What is the thing that you want people to be able to say about you? What is the history per se? When somebody looks up, oh, what Elijah? Well, who was that? What did he do? What impact did he make? What do you want that to look like?
Ooh, a legacy question. I like that. Okay. Well, I guess for the general public, I want to leave my mark when it comes to financial education because I feel like the school system has failed young adults specifically, but really people in general. Some people could say it's a conspiracy theory. Some people could just say it just devolved over time. whichever one you believe. I lean closer to the conspiracy theory side. I'm just going to be honest. There's evidence to back it up. It's not a theory, but they don't give you the tools you need to succeed financially. Not just when it comes to budgeting, but and this is the unique thing that I offer. There's plenty of people behind me that talk about the in terms of books. They talk about the same or similar financial education. But the thing that I bring this unique to the market is really the concept of understanding your financial personality. I wrote about this in my book, but there's 6 financial personalities. And when you find out which one you are, it lays a blueprint on what are the things that you're going to struggle with when it comes to budgeting based on your emotional strengths and weaknesses. And what are the things you're good at. And just by having that knowledge and knowing that you shouldn't be dropping under 10% when it comes to your overall spending, that way you'll always be moving ahead financially. 6 categories I talk about. If you don't have a business, it's 5. It's spending money on yourself, investments, savings, expenses, and donations. You need to be spending money on those categories at all times. Even if times get rough, 10% in each category at the very least. If you can't do that, you need to make more money. And when it comes to making money, if you know your financial personality, there are certain personality types that are catered towards specific skill sets, specific careers that you can use to maximize your income based on your talents. A lot of times we get crowbarred into things that we don't have the natural skill for, so our income is just peaked by default. When if you had the knowledge of what your financial personality was, you would know that, hey, this over here has a greater ceiling for you in terms of income potential because you know your personality. That's the mark I want to leave on the financial world that I feel is severely lacking in the world. And this is something I can't blame the school system for. It's kind of semi nuanced because if we, I don't know where it is right now, but Sales Dogs by Blair Singer, he applies this concept and applies it to dogs, except for it's in the sales field.
Yeah.
That kind of inspired me to come up with something, but just for financial education in general, not just strictly sales. I think that really needs to be out there in the world. And that's what I do. What I do. That's what I want people to remember me for when I'm gone.
Absolutely. And that's inspiring, that you kind of have the resources that you've created to help people with that. I don't think I've gotten your book yet, but I know like what you speaking about, I'm very like interested in kind of learning more about your thoughts and how you kind of break everything down. I definitely don't know my financial personality. So that's gonna be something that's going to bring some revelation to me and maybe help me to pivot, you know, uh, pivot more towards that, what I'm able to find from that.
Hmm. Well, there's a formula that you take a test, and the test will tell you what your personality is. But me being the creator, I can kind of gauge which one. I think you might be the conservative, but you would have to take the test to be sure. But you can find out the conservative strengths and weaknesses, in the book. Another important thing is your weaknesses don't have to stay weaknesses. When you know what they are, well, there's ways you can strengthen them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely knowing your weaknesses and maybe leveraging your weaknesses. Maybe it's a weakness in one area, but if you use it in another area, it's actually a strength. And so, um, yeah, absolutely. Like that is important to kind of have that self-awareness of, self-awareness is so key when it comes to just kind of building yourself financially. You definitely need to understand who you are, your strength, your weaknesses, your goals, your purpose. That all, to me, it all ties into it.
Well, the official slogan of Financial Anatomy is learn how to take control of your financial destiny. I was tempted to use another one, and that other slogan was putting the personal in personal finance.
Hey, I mean, that's catchy, because unlike you're unlike the a lot of the other people who talk about finance, where everybody says the same thing, like this is what you need to do, and it's like no, that doesn't work for everybody because that's not how everybody thinks. That's not how everybody is created. So there are like obviously laws and principles to follow that works for everyone, but then there's little details in within that where it's like, this may work for you, and this may not work for you, so um it's important to be able to kind of cover all those things so people know that they have, different options.
There's something financially that until you get this under control, you're always going to be walking on eggshells. This is something that plagues all ages, both people my age, people to get out of high school, and in some cases, people to their mid 50s or 60s. And what is this something exactly? It's a little thing called expenses. And not expenses in themselves, but the lack of control and correct categorization of these expenses. So, what am I talking about? Where are you going with this? Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. This is Elijah with Financial Anatomy, and let me welcome you to another video. This is the place where you can learn how to take control of your financial destiny. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at why people aren't successful financially, and it leads back to they're not managing their expenses right. And for the 10 or 15 people that are going to probably harass me in the comments section saying this is beginner level, why are you covering this? Everyone should know this. I want to ask you something. Exactly where did you start? At some point, whether it be in high school, in college, maybe even in your late 30s, where did you learn basic information when it came to finances? It could have been passed down through the generations. You might have learned it online. You might have literally learned it on YouTube a while back, but somewhere I can pretty much guarantee you didn't learn it was probably school, unless you went to college to become an accountant or you were a business major. They don't teach basic financial education in the school system. So unless you go out and seek that information, guess what? You're probably not going to learn it, which means you're going to be just running in a big quagmire financially until you figure this basic thing out. So you got to go out and seek the information. With that being said, that means that we got to go back to fundamentals when it comes to finances for some people because they're still at that level. So for those of y'all that are very advanced in accounting, I'm asking to have just a little patience so that people can get more of a foundation like you. But if you feel like you are overly sophisticated, feel free to skip this video. So what's the textbook definition of an expense? Well, if you Google it, it literally says the money spent on something, but that's way too broad rather. I would say the definition of an expense is something you spend money on, and there's a fine balance between needing it and wanting it, usually getting closer to the needing it versus wanting it. So if I go to GameStop and pick up a copy of Red Dead Redemption 2, which I did, is that an expense? I mean, come on. I wanted that. I didn't necessarily have to have it, so I wouldn't categorize it as an expense. Meanwhile, when I pay my car note every month, is that an expense? Well, based on my lifestyle, I do need a car, so I would categorize that as an expense. Now, the first thing that you have to get down is you have to value your expenses. A lot of people consider expenses and in particular bills as this just hindrance that holds you back from achieving certain things financially, but that's the wrong way you want to view it. You got two ways to look at this. You can look at it like that and overall be miserable, or you can look at the benefit that the expense is giving you and just appreciate the fact that it's there. You live in a house and you're paying a mortgage. Well, don't you appreciate having somewhere to stay, a warm place to sleep? I mean, if you don't, you wouldn't be paying for it, right? Same goes for your car. Same goes for your car insurance. If you get hit or you hit someone, just having that mental peace of knowing that, hey, insurance is going to handle a lot of this, so I'm going to be okay. Focus on that when looking at expenses, and you'll have a much better time looking at your finances. Now, there are two types of expenses that you got to know about. The first one is what's known as a reoccurring expense. Reoccurring means that it keeps coming up on a reoccurring basis. Note that I didn't necessarily say monthly, even though monthly is a type of reoccurring expense. I said reoccurring because there are expenses that you may have that may not be monthly. They may be quarterly. They may be weekly. Based on the frequency that you do your budgeting on, it may be different. So if you do it on a monthly basis, but you have this reoccurring expenses weekly, you'll need to add up the reoccurring expenses to match up for that month. Or let's say you have a quarterly expense. That means you need to divide that by 4 so you can get the monthly expense that it's going to be in your budget. Where people usually falter is they only look at the strictly monthly expenses and they don't look at the other two, or not two, just the other types that are reoccurring. This pops up as these little transactions in your budget that just happened that you didn't plan for, which ends up setting you back from reaching your financial goals, or even worse, making you come up short when it comes to paying your bills. A good example of this is, let's say a gym membership offers a quarterly plan of paying, okay? I know that's a little odd, but just work with me for the sake of example. So every quarter you pay X amount of dollars, we'll just say $300 for this example. You just look at it as, okay, well, when that comes around, I'll deal with it. I do my budget on a monthly basis. When in reality, you should have just took that $300 and divided it up among those months so that you can be budgeting for it. So when it comes, you're good to go. Because let's say if you just deal with it with the month it comes up, well, then the other type of expense that we're going to cover in a minute, that being just random expenses that just pop up, your brakes go out. You got to have them. So extra $400 goes there. Well, all of a sudden, that gym membership that was due at this month, which is $300, oh man, it's a bigger problem because I wasn't budgeting for it. So what is the simple solution to this? Just categorizing your expenses based on reoccurring or random. And when you figure out what type of reoccurring expense it is, you need to do the math to match it up with a monthly budget, because most people do their budget monthly. So if it's a reoccurring expense that's on a weekly basis, multiply times 4. That way you have how much it reflects in the month. If it's on a quarterly basis, you divide it by 4. Whatever the reoccurring basis it is, you need to get what that number is going to be every month and have that money accumulating in your budget so when it pops up, it's not such a big deal. Then when one of these random expenses just comes out of nowhere, because we all have them, and your son or daughter just might have needed money, they got in financial trouble, and that's $400 out of your budget. Boy, that doesn't hurt so much if you already are taking care of your reoccurring expenses and you're not letting money just kind of slip out unnoticed. With that being said, that concludes this video on why people just can't get forward financially a lot. It all falls under not getting their earnings to spending ratio under control. In this particular case, it's just not managing your earnings to the point to where you can maintain yourself. But if you found value in this video and information, I would encourage you to download my free ebook, Steal My Blueprint on Finances. I mean, everyone has a blueprint to be successful, and you can spend months or years coming up with your own, or you can just steal mine. I mean, it's quicker, but it's up to you. If you're interested in that, the link is in the description below. And if you like this video, a like and a share is greatly appreciated. And don't forget to subscribe if you're new. That does it for this video. Until the next time, this is Financial Anatomy out. Don't forget to go out there and take control of your financial destiny. If you clicked on this video, then you obviously have a invested interest in maintaining or increasing your financial well-being. I want you to imagine a world where everything you want financially has been obtained. Money is flowing in. You've got some tangible things that you've been wanting for years, like a nice house, a nice car, etc. But some unseen financial disaster happens, and all of a sudden, you don't have this one thing that can save you. And I do literally mean save. What is that one thing? Stay tuned to find out. Hello everyone, this is Elijah with Financial Anatomy, the place where you can learn to take control of your financial destiny. In this video, we're going to be talking about that magical yet common sense thing called savings. They can save you from a financial downfall, and even if nothing is going on with you financially, it just gives you a nice peace of mind, wouldn't you say? Savings is something that you've probably heard of before and have done, but maybe it's hard to do on a consistent basis. I mean, just think about it. At what point does someone tell you it's good to start saving your money? Probably at I would argue maybe even an early age. but it may just be a little more difficult because you're not seeing a direct return for that. So in order for us to see the value of savings, we have to actually examine that value, because if you don't value your savings, you're not actively going to do it. And if you don't actively do it, you're just one financial disaster away from being bankrupt potentially. As you will find out in this video, there are 3 types of savings that play a big role in your budget, and you need to have each one of them in place. Not only just to have peace of mind, but they're also just good to have in the grand scheme of things. But before we get into that, I would be remiss not to mention my free ebook on the subject, Steal My Blueprint on Finances. It's free, and you can get that in the description below. It covers not only savings, but literally getting a blueprint for finances, since we overall tend to make one as we go through trial and error, since it's not taught in the school system. But why go through the trial and error when you can just steal it from yours truly? With that being said, savings serves mainly 2 purposes: a cushion in case something financially happens, or just peace of mind. I mean, picture you're just strolling through your life and something hits you on the head because you weren't prepared for it financially. And that same something tends to kick you when you're down. So you finally manage to get up, and yeah, you're still sore from that fall, and you're a few levels below where you started at financially. And guess what? Some plans you had they got to get set back, or it may actually put you in some kind of trouble. So what are the 3 types of savings? The first type of savings is your emergency fund, and this is something that we've probably already heard of before. Your emergency fund honestly should be held in cash, and you should have 6 months to a year's worth of money saved up, because this is when life happens, or let's say there's some financial crisis in society, so leaving the money in the bank wouldn't be the most accessible. You want to have cash just there and available. Now, that might take a little time to save up the money, but it's very well worth it. And once you do, you're going to see that it actually gives you a nice little peace of mind that it's kind of hard to explain, but it will be well earned because you've saved up your money. Alternatively, if you don't have that, you need to at the very minimum have 3 months of living expenses saved up. Anytime you fall underneath those 3 months, that's when I would label that you're in the danger zone, and something can happen that can really just change your whole life around. Why go through that? You can avoid it just by having at the minimum 3 months and striving for 6 months to a year. But once you do have at least a year's worth of savings just saved up in cash, they're going to be much better uses of your cash, as you'll find out in the later 2. So for example's sake, let's say everything is going fine financially and all of a sudden your transmission goes out. Your transmission goes out and you got a big problem. You got to get to work. So you're going to have to start taking Ubers or Lyfts, and guess what? If you can't afford them, or it's taxing to afford them, then you have a problem. You can try and get a friend or family to take you, but that can come and go based on their schedule needs. And you still have the problem of taking care of your transmission. Now, this is assuming you already have the savings that you can pull from, and then the transmission is in the process of getting fixed. Imagine if that wasn't there. Needless to say, it's going to set your financial goals back a little piece, or it's going to put you in the danger zone. So you want to set that up ASAP before we even get to the other 2. But obviously, what are the other 2? The second type of savings is bank savings. This is money that's sitting in your bank that can be accessed at your convenience. This savings isn't necessarily an emergency fund, but it doesn't need to be held in some high interest bank necessarily. It's more about convenience and access to those funds. Generally speaking, you do make purchases in your life that is a decent sum of money, and you don't want to go through you don't want to hold it in cash, obviously. That's way too much money unless you want to look at getting a safe. But you might not want to hold it in a retirement account either, because you don't want to get penalized, or even an investment account because it's going to take a while to transfer that money and you might need it right now. So the bank savings is just that little spot to keep money in the meantime until you actually need it. A good rule of thumb I tend to use is your expenses tend to parallel your quality of life, and that usually goes around 10% unless you're kind of just splurging. So just having the 10% of your annual income in bank savings, as long as you have a plan to spend that money, isn't a bad rule of thumb. A great example of this is if you plan on buying a house within the same given year, keeping it in a bank savings is very sensible. Once you have those two set up, this is when you want to move on to your third type of savings, which is inflation savings. So first we got to cover exactly what is inflation. Inflation is the devaluation of a currency, and given this current situation we're in, it runs at around 2% these days. Now, if your money is just sitting in cash or just sitting in a normal bank account, then you're going to be losing grounds to inflation each year. So you want to put your money in some kind of account or vehicle that's going to give you a total return on an annual basis that's higher than 2%. This can be accomplished by putting your money in some type of retirement account, like a Roth IRA or just IRA in general, or it can be done simply by putting it in one of these online banks with a yield that is higher than 2%. So a good example of this would be a Simple Bank. Ally Bank used to be one of them, but they lowered it, so I can't recommend that. But Wealthfront, Vero, these are a few online banks that could serve as inflation savings because you don't have any immediate use for this money, but you don't want it to lose grounds to inflation. This is a great area to just have your retirement accounts too, but just keep in mind if you do use a retirement account only as your inflation savings, in some cases you'll get penalized for pulling money out if you do need it. So you want to read up on which account would be best for you based on those circumstances. So that gives us three types of savings that we got to set up. The first being the emergency fund, which is having 6 months to a year's worth of cash. And this is done so you can have immediate access to it in case you need it. But you don't want to have too much money there because you don't want to lose grounds to inflation. The second one is bank savings. So you can put your money that you plan on spending in terms of a big purchase that year here because it's easy access. You can just grab it at a moment's notice. And it serves its purpose of being accessible but not having a whole bunch of cash on you. And the third being inflation savings, which protects your money from the gradual devaluation of the dollar or currency that you're currently using. And there we have it. You have three savings vehicles that you need to set up to stay afloat in society, whether it be in the short term or in the long term. That does it for this video. If you enjoyed the video or found value in it, a like is greatly appreciated. It helps out with the YouTube algorithm. Subscribe if you're new, and give us a share if you find anyone who really needs this information. This has been Elijah with the Financial Anatomy. We'll catch you in the next video. Go out there and take control of your financial destiny. In today's time, you've probably heard a whole bunch of things about the topic of investing, ranging from Dave Ramsey to Robert Kiyosaki, different types of methods, investment vehicles, and just a whole bunch of stuff. But overall, what is an investment? And if you're looking at getting involved in investing, exactly where do you get started? If you want to know that, stay tuned to find out. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Financial Anatomy YouTube channel, the place where you can learn how to take control of your financial destiny. For those of y'all that don't know me, I'm your host, Elijah. Throughout my life, I've been involved in various things involving finances, ranging from owning my own business to certain jobs in management and even network marketing. And after a while, I devised a system that actually allows you to manage your finances no matter what your particular undertaking is. After years of keeping this to myself, I finally decided it was time to go public with this information. Hence, this is the start or the origin story of the Financial Anatomy YouTube channel. So here we cover things about managing finances, ranging from investing to financial strategies. If that's something that interests you, I'd encourage you to subscribe and shoot me a like for the YouTube algorithm. And in this video, we're going to be working on your financial core in terms of talking about what is an investment. So if you Google what is an investment, you're going to get all kinds of stuff. Some people say investments are just strictly real estate. Some people say it's stocks. Some people say it's bonds. Some people say it's gold and silver. Some people say it's all of the above. But I've simplified a definition that I would say we can all agree on and really nails down the internal attributes of an investment. An investment is simply something that gives you a return that costs money right now. So with that definition in mind, there are two types of investments. And before you even get started on thinking like, okay, it's going to be stocks, bonds, all this, we got to cover these two types of investments. So what are these two? The first type of investing is one that you're probably familiar with, and it's probably the most mainstream among the two, that being a direct investment. A direct investment is when you make an investment in something and there's no speculation or wondering in terms of how it's going to pay off. You know what you're getting into once you make that investment. The two types of direct investments there are is capital gains and cash flow. I guess you could say three if you want to count a combination of the two. But that's what you're going to be seeking when you're looking for a direct investment. Putting this into tangible terms, let's take a look at a capital gains investment. If you bought Amazon back in the day when it was around $500 per share, and that was quite some time ago, so years ago, and you sold those shares today, you would have made some decent capital gains, because if you look at the share price, which is on the screen now, yeah, you can see the profit margin is, pretty good. So that's an example of a direct investment in terms of capital gains. Let's look at the cash flow. If you were, let's say, to buy a property in real estate and you're looking to rent it out. Now you match the numbers up, you run them, you looked at the area, everything works out, and you're not going to be losing money by renting this property out. You'll be gaining cash flow in terms of money, and that's the type of direct investment that results in cash flow. Of course, you could also look at it in terms of that property could appreciate later, and you could be gaining cash flow in the meantime, which would be an example of you doing both. But these are your types of investments in terms of direct investments. Now let's look at what an indirect investment is. An indirect investment is basically anything that gets you a return outside of something that is a direct investment. So for instance, let's say you decide to invest in yourself by investing in your education, because you want to gain a new skill set so you can bring more value to the marketplace, and in doing so, you increase your income. Well, you're paying for those classes that you're taking. It could be trade school, online course, whatever it may be, but you're going to be getting a return in the future, and you know this. So that is a type of investment. Let's take another example. If you work manual labor at a warehouse. Now, you just have regular shoes, and it would be to your benefit if you got some more comfortable work shoes. Well, when you buy those shoes, that actually is a type of investment because you are getting some type of return off of that. It may not be monetary, but let's say it helps your performance at work. And you put in so much hard work, you get noticed by the supervisor, you get an interview for a higher position. Is it all attributed to those shoes? Maybe not completely, but they did play a role in getting you noticed, right? Otherwise, you might have been just kind of grumpy and lagging around like, oh, my feet hurt, etc. So that's a form of indirect investing. So to recap, an investment is anything that gets you a return that costs money. And there are two types of investing, direct investing and indirect investing. Within direct investing, there are two types of investing. There's investing for capital gains or investing for cash flow. So you want to know before you even get involved in anything, whether it be stocks or real estate, whatever investment vehicle you're looking to get involved in, you want to make sure that you know exactly what you're investing for. Even if you're looking for quote unquote both, you still want to have one as the main reason you're investing. Is it going to be capital gains or cash flow? Many people make the mistake of simply investing without taking any of those two in consideration. And these are people that usually end up losing money. We don't want that to happen, so make sure you know exactly why you're getting into an investment so you can set your expectation on what you want out of it. The second type is indirect investing. That's pretty much anything that you spend money on that's giving you a return that isn't a direct investment. So with that being said, that actually concludes this video on the topic of investing. Remember, these outlines will help you set your expectations as far as what you want out of something and if you should even get involved in something in the first place. If you found value in this video, it'd be much appreciated if you can shoot a like. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. Subscribe if you're new. And don't forget to check out more videos on this channel. And if you have questions or ideas for videos, leave them in the comments below. This is Elijah with Financial Anatomy. Until the next video, I'll see you around. Don't forget to go out there and take control of your financial destiny. Have you ever been in a situation where things are going pretty well financially? I mean, you've made certain investments, they're starting to pay off, your bills are taken care of, and your savings is building up. You still feel just kind of down. Well, there's a reason for that. A possible reason, I might say. And we're going to get into it, so stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Financial Anatomy. the place where you can learn how to take control of your financial destiny. And in this video, we're going to be talking about something that I feel is kind of somewhat neglected financially. I'm your host, Elijah. After entering the world of finances straight from high school, I learned that there are certain things that are universal to having a good, abundant financial life. And that includes just getting rid of the financial insecurity that certain things bring. I've had positions in management and jobs like Amazon and Whole Foods. I've run my own small business before. I've done network marketing. And these universal themes I feel compelled to give back to the community and share, especially for young adults, because I feel since the educational system has failed to prep you for the real world financially, no young adult or young person should enter the world with so much ambiguity when it comes to finances. And in this video, many people have neglected to talk about this. They may not know about it, but I'm just going to say it for the sake of saying it. It's all right to spend some of that hard-earned money on yourself. I know some of y'all may be thinking, what are you talking about? That's my whole motivation to make money. But even though that might be everyone's motivation in the end, that doesn't mean they always are just emotionally responding to what they're feeling. And they may actually feel guilty about spending money on themselves. Because some people just have the innate ability to ignore their emotions until they reach a goal. Then when they reach that goal, they go ahead and indulge. But that goal could be a year, 2 years, 5 years off. It just depends on how ambitious your financial goals are. And in the meantime, you do need to maintain yourself emotionally. I mean, some people see spending money on yourself as, oh, I could have used that money to invest in something. I could have paid some debt off. I could have paid more money on the car, so eventually you'll be debt-free by spending on myself. I could have saved that money. They feel that guilt when they spend money on themselves. And I'm here to tell you, you shouldn't feel that, because you got your investments, bills are caught up, savings is great, keeps accumulating, and you're thinking that's perfect. But you left yourself off that list, and that comes with repercussions. This is when you get hit with things where you just feel down all of a sudden, and you don't know why. You start to kind of feel like a slave, working so hard for money, and it's just, you don't know why you're feeling this way. Well, there's a good chance you're not spending enough of it on yourself. I would say at the very minimum, you need to spend 5% of your income on yourself. Now that's the minimum, okay? I'm not saying that's the set percentage, but just at the very least. And believe it or not, some people actually do need this outline on how to spend money on themselves. It just may not be part of your natal personality to just openly indulge in self-spending. So things that come intuitively to others, like, I know what I need. I need a massage. I need a nice dinner. They know what they need emotionally to reset. So I've broken it down in two categories for you guys. There's recovery and there's entertainment. Let's cover recovery. Let's go over recovery first. These are things you spend money on that they play a role in kind of emotionally resetting you. So you get out of that emotional drought you're in, then you feel more inspirational, then you can keep trucking along towards your financial goals. Example of recovery things is buying a video game so you can, play that video game just to kind of emotionally reset, kind of a mental escape from the world. Maybe you go out to the movies, maybe get a massage. These are things you do to kind of recover yourself. And you need to look at that as a recovery. It may not be physical, but it's an emotional recovery, and it's part of the process, because if you don't spend money on yourself, you will burn out towards your financial goals, and then your emotions are going to make recovery mandatory, but it's going to be on their terms and not yours. It may take 4 months for them to fully recover, when if you just gave them a little leeway gradually while you're moving towards your goal, y'all are on the same page, okay? Next, the next category is entertainment, and this is based on you having new experiences. It's really a expanded version of that recovery, whether we know it or not, but when you spend money on entertainment, it just brings a certain level of energy to you, something fresh, and it snaps you out of that just emotional quagmire you may find yourself in when you're working towards your financial goals. And that entertainment, it can be a comedy show, it can be vacations. There's various forms of entertainment. I'm sure you can use your imagination to see where I'm going, but it's something that gives you a new experience, snaps you out of just the monogamous nature that you've kind of probably been set in, as far as just you get up, you do this, or let's say your financial goal is more ambitious. It requires you to do different things on a monthly or weekly basis. Well, all that mental energy can kind of be draining, and this can serve as a reset. So there you have it. Those are the 2 things I've broken down in terms of spending money on yourself. In fact, that's basically what it comes down to. Just spending money on yourself. Don't neglect yourself financially. In terms of building your financial person, we're strictly talking about budgeting. We're working on your financial core. And making sure you spend some money on yourself is part of a healthy budget. Any budget that doesn't incorporate yourself in the picture, it can't be sustained. You are going to burn out, and you're going to be forced to take a recovery. And that recovery may not come at the desired time, but if you just do these things to maintain your emotions, maintain yourself mentally by spending some of that hard-earned money on yourself, trust me, it's going to go a long way. Okay, so that does it for this video. A lot of people have not talked about this topic, but I'll be the one to bring it up. If you found value in this video, give it a thumbs up. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. If you're new, consider subscribing. I talk about financial tips, things that you can do to achieve your financial goals, strategic management on this channel. And also, if you found this video valuable, consider sharing it with someone that you feel really needs to hear this. Some people, and I fell into this bag, so focused on making money for investments, savings, building that business up, just all the other categories, they just really do neglect themselves. So as always, get out there and take control of your financial destiny. I will catch y'all in the next video. Peace out. Hello everyone, and welcome to another video produced by Financial Anatomy, the place where you will learn how to take control of your financial destiny. And in this video, I'm going to be starting a new series. Now, what I mean by series is I'm going to call it the 5 Financial Tips series. That means I'm going to take a subject and we're going to cover 5 financial tips that are vital towards increasing either the quality of that or just making you a bit better. And in this video, we're going to focus on the topic of income. For those of y'all that don't know me, my name is Elijah. After seeing the school system fail to equip young adults with the tools they need financially to be successful, I decided to start this YouTube channel so that I can do it myself. I've been self-employed for about 3.5 years. I've worked at places such as Whole Foods and Amazon. I've been involved in various network marketing companies. And back in the day, I used to have my own company called Indigenous Remedies, where I sold herbal capsules and herbal teas. I feel obliged to pass on the lessons I learned financially to you, the viewer, specifically young adults. So with that intro out of the way, let's hop into the topic of the video, where we're going to be covering 5 financial tips that will make you better equipped when it comes to the subject of income just in general, whether it be increasing income or just increasing your understanding of it, which in turn will lead to more income. Financial tip number 1 is to create and research a goal. So a lot of times, school just teaches us to pick a career. And don't get me wrong, that is very important. But what's just as important is to actually have a financial goal. A lot of times we don't maximize our potential financially just because we don't know what's actually out there. In the financial world, nothing means anything in terms of goals unless it's written down and it's an actual number. The way we put this into practice is, what is the annual income that you desire? See, in society, they really like to focus on how much you make per hour, but that actually fails to show you the big picture. It kind of closes you off. See, when you focus on the annual income, that's something you can actually do something with. You take that number and you divide it by 12. That's going to give you the monthly income amount that you desire. And then you can actually do some research on, okay, if I was making this amount of money, where could that money actually be going? So how much would that vacation I've always dreamed about cost? How much would it cost to do this? How much would it cost to do that? You actually do some research and you develop a preferred lifestyle based on that number. That way you actually have an accurate number you're shooting for and you know exactly why. And by doing those two things, this will engage your emotions to actually go after it. But it all starts with actually developing that number. So that's why this is the first financial tip when it comes to income. Financial tip number 2 is to learn about the different types of income. Now, you don't have to be a master at it. You can just be a generalist, but there are different types of income. A lot of times we just want to focus on making more money, when in reality, that may not solve your problem. You may want a certain type of income. Now, I'm not going to go heavy into the different types of income in this video. If you want me to, leave it in the comments below. Maybe we'll make a video about that in the future. But I'll just give 2 types to show an example here. You have active income and passive income. Now, active income is income where you go out and you do some work, and you'll see the results of that work within a month. So you can get immediate money based off your work ethic. Passive income is income that's coming in the background based on work you've already done. So you'll have to do some work without actually receiving any kind of compensation for a good minute. Based on your life circumstances, you may prefer active income because you really like the fact of having something you can put energy into to get some money immediately. Meanwhile, others may prefer passive income in this stage of life because they're already doing that and they just want to have income kind of coming around in the background. See, passive income is more of a automated feel, but that's just an example of 2 types of income. Just being a generalist on the different types of income will make you more financially astute and just make you more financially whole. So that plays a big role in it being a financial tip as far as income is concerned. And you'll see that once you know the different types of income, you know which one to shoot for if you ever want to increase your income. So you have the type of income you actually want, which is pretty key. Financial tip number 3 is to learn about side hustles. So let's say you're making money in your main career, but you want a little extra money. Well, that's the definition of a side hustle. It's something you can do on the side to make a little extra money. And based on what you want, maybe you could even do it full-time later. A lot of times people start looking at just all kinds of stuff, but truth be told, sometimes you already have the skills to do a side hustle. I'll give you an example. Let's take a graphic designer and he works at a company. He needs to make just a little more money. Well, the first thing that graphic designer should do is look at being a freelancer as a graphic designer. He's taking those same skills and just monetizing them outside of his job. You see what I did there? Now, yes, he could look at this other stuff like being an Uber driver or a photographer or whatever. Maybe he had to learn a new skill to do that. Why not just actually take a look at the skills you already have developed and leverage those? Now, note that I'm giving an example of something he was using in his career, but we all have multiple skills. You just monetize them. Start there when you start looking for a side hustle, and then you can hit the ground running immediately as opposed to having to develop a new skill. If you want to learn more about side hustles in general, I recommend you check out the video I did on side hustles because I give you 10 of them that you can start for free and you can make some decent money. Financial tip number 4 is to have a balanced mind. You might be wondering, what am I talking about? Have you ever met that person that they just fall for anything financially? They may fall for scams and they lose money. But then you met that other person that they're so closed-minded, they just shut anything out, regardless if it's legitimate or not. Even though it may be a good fit for them, that person is closed-minded. So which one is the best to be? Well, the answer is neither. You want to have a good balance of both. That's what I mean by have a balance. So putting that into practice is having an open mind towards things, but having a filter. And you let your questions be your filter. Ask questions, and the answers you get will kind of give you a feel on if this is something good for you or not. See, a lot of people, they just close something out in general. Now, be open-minded to it, but ask the appropriate questions, okay? You never know if you're going to stumble across the opportunity of a lifetime for you. whether it be you searching for it or it just comes in your lap. And you got to be open-minded enough to actually check it out, but you do need to ask the appropriate questions, because how would you know if this is the perfect fit for you if you don't ask the right questions? So just having a balance between closed and open-minded is very key, especially when it comes to income, because you're opening the doors for the perfect type of opportunity to come your way. And last but not least is financial tip number 5. Scale the goal that you made in financial tip number 1. Let's take a look at an example for this. Let's say someone wants to make $100,000. They currently make $30,000. That goal seems so far away, they may feel a little discouraged to actually work towards it. So what you want to do is you want to take that $100,000 divided by 12 so you have a monthly income to shoot for, and then you want to make steady progress towards that goal. If I can just increase my income by $50, $25, by $100 every month, I'm making progress towards my goal. See, if you want to engage your emotions towards your goal, they have to know that something is right around the corner that they're about to achieve. And having these little milestones does that for you. And you'll also be making progress towards the overall goal. So don't underestimate this. This is very, very, very key. Okay? Make sure you scale that goal so you can eventually reach it. And it doesn't seem like something that's just so far away. And this will actually incentivize you to learn new skill sets if it's necessary, because you want to increase your income. And that concludes this video. Those are 5 financial tips that will make you more well-rounded when it comes to the topic of income. And by being more well-rounded, you will either see an increase in your income or an increase in the type of income that you want. If you found value in this video, give a like for the YouTube algorithm. It's very much appreciated. Comment below, which tip did you find the most value in? And which one are you going to implement if you're not already implementing already? Swinging back to financial anatomy, this is going to make your financial arms and your financial legs stronger so they can take you anywhere you want to go. If you're new, consider subscribing, and also consider joining the Financial Anatomy newsletter, where you can get my free ebook, Steal My Financial Blueprint, where I share with you the blueprint I used that has made me financially successful. That does it for this video. I will catch you in the next one. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. When it comes to being financially successful, a good budget plays a big role in that. Here at Financial Anatomy, we call that strengthening your financial core so that those funds go where they're supposed to go to make you more well-rounded and more financially savvy. In the following video, you're going to learn 5 financial tips that will make you a better budgeter and make sure those funds are serving you in the best way they can. So let's get into the video. Hello everyone, and welcome to another video produced by Financial Anatomy, the place where you will learn how to take control of your financial destiny. And this is going to be another video in the 5 financial tips series, and we're going to focus on budgeting in this video, which I'm pretty excited for. For those of y'all that don't know me, my name is Elijah, and after being upset with how the school system has failed young adults when it comes to personal finance, I've decided to make a YouTube channel focused on that very topic. See, I've been self-employed for about 3.5 years. I've worked at companies such as Amazon and Whole Foods, been part of network marketing companies in the past. And I used to own my own business called Indigenous Remedies, where I sold herbal capsules and herbal teas. And I feel obliged to pass the lessons I learned financially on to you, the viewer. With that being said, let's hop into the topic of the video, which is 5 financial tips when it comes to a successful budget. The first financial tip is probably one that's overlooked, but make sure you pick the right bank or banks to do business with. I know you're thinking, what are you talking about? So many people just pick who they want to bank with based on very not thought out reasons. I'll give you an example. Someone may choose to bank with a certain bank just because they're around the corner. Now that in itself is not a bad reason, but that's literally the only reason. Let's say that same bank has absurd overdraft fees, absurd minimum balance fees, and they have monthly maintenance fees. On top of that, interest they pay in savings and checking accounts are laughable. Does it really make sense to bank with them when you take all that into consideration? So this boils down to just look at the numbers and look at the policies. Some key universal things I always look at when deciding on if I want to do business with a bank is, what is their checking interest? What is their savings interest? Do they have any overdraft fees? Do they have any monthly maintenance fees? And also proximity. Is there one close to where I live? As well as, is there a lot in my city? So if I'm out and about, I want to deposit money. Will I have to, do some yard work to actually find one? Or are they, there's a lot. I'm not saying I find a bank all the time that has every one of those. That'd be perfect, but let's be realistic here. But if you're gonna have at least half to 3/4 of things on that list, in my book, it's A-okay. So you want to have a checklist as far as what a bank account should have if you should do business with them. And by do business, I just mean banking with them. I'm not talking about literal business. I mean like putting your money there, etc. Financial tip number 2 on how to have a successful budget is to analyze it for frivolous expenses. What's a frivolous expense? It's an expense that doesn't necessarily need to be there. Now, we have rewards based on, what we do, but sometimes we have expenses that might just be a little impractical. I'll give you an example of me in my younger days. So I would have an expense on going to the gym, and the gym membership costs something. Now, that itself isn't a bad expense, but for me, when times were getting a little hard, that expense probably should have went, because I have the P90X, the Insanity workouts, dumbbells, a pull-up and push-up bar. So I have all this stuff at home that's not going to inhibit me from working out. So the gym membership, that's a bonus. If, let's say I fall on hard times, that's a luxury that should probably go away, because I have so many things at home I can still do a workout with. And that's an example of just examining a budget for expense that really doesn't need to be there. There are several other examples I could give, but we'd be here for probably 2 hours. But I'm sure you get the gist. Just analyze your budget to make sure there aren't any expenses that don't need to be there. And keep an eye out for reoccurring expenses, because usually those are the ones that slip under the radar the most. Financial tip number 3 when it comes to having a successful budget is to know where the cash is going, or in other words, cash flow management. See, back in the day, everything literally used to be done by hand, so all financial records had to be written down. That was kind of like a blessing and a curse, because you had to write all this stuff down, but on the same token, you were kind of forced to know where everything was going. Nowadays, because of technology, all this is done automated via phones, via apps, via banking. It's all tracked automatically. Now, the funny thing about this is this can be a blessing and a curse too. It depends on which one you're going to let it be. It can be a blessing because all the accounting is done for you. All you need to do is keep an eye on it. But it's a curse if you don't. You just swipe your debit card and you just keep going about your day, and you never look at your financial statement. And before you know it, you just don't know where you stand financially. Well, the easy way around this is to just look at your financial statement. And I make a habit of looking at it on a daily basis, maybe before I go to sleep, or at the very, very minimum, a weekly basis. See, these banking systems that are out nowadays, they show how much you made on a monthly basis, how every single transaction. Just keep an eye on it, okay? You don't have to be a financial accountant to do this, although you could always hire one, and that makes the process easier. But like I said, just keep an eye on this, because so many people, especially young adults, we just swipe the debit card. We don't keep an eye on our finances. And we end up in this financial quagmire where at the end of every month, we really haven't made any financial progress. We spent as much as we made. And half of the stuff we spent the money on is not doing us any good. So let's just be honest. Keep an eye on where the money's going. And you can do that just by reviewing your financial statements, reviewing your banking information, just once a week at the very minimum. Financial tip number 4 is to have a savings account and actually contribute to it on a consistent basis. Now, The first one, I say probably a lot of y'all have. Y'all probably do have a savings account, but a lot of y'all may not be contributing on a regular basis. And the way this is done it's easiest if you just set up automated transfers to go towards the savings. Now, I'm not going to go heavy into savings because I've already made a video on that. If you want to know more about it, then you want to click the link in the top right hand corner where I cover the fundamentals of savings and why it's so important. But you should just have this set up on autopilot. The only exception is if you have over a year's worth of savings. At that point, that's too much. You need to start taking that extra money and investing it, or doing financial tip number 5, which is saving for retirement. I put these two in two separate categories because they belong in separate categories, separate tips. Savings, that's for, life is going to happen and you need money to pull from. Retirement is obviously for you later in life, and you need to set up a plan to contribute to that on a regular basis. Now, I can hear some people saying, well, I don't have the extra money to contribute. It's more the principle than the actual money amount. It could be something as small as $10 or $20 a week or a month or whatever. The point is that you get in the habit of putting something there. And things are going to improve as long as you're sincere about seeing them improve. And when they do, you can increase the amount you put in your retirement. Just start it now. So if you're in it doesn't matter what age, but I'm going to say in your mid 20s or late 30s, this is very key because you're going to really, really appreciate that down the line. It's going to make you feel a little better just in general financially. Because when you have something that's just building up based on your efforts, it's going to give you just a little more financial confidence even during the down times. And when retirement finally does hit, you're not going to be like probably 70% of the population that didn't plan for it. You're actually going to be set. While we're on the topic of retirement in general, you also want to pick the right retirement account for you to actually contribute to. If you want to know more about that, you can check out my retirement accounts playlist where I go into what is a 401k, what is a Roth 401k, what is a traditional IRA, what's a Roth IRA, what's a SEP IRA. Can't go to it in this video because we'd be in here for a while, but that's what that playlist is for. So if you're interested, consider checking that out. And there we have it. Those are 5 financial tips on how to make you a better budgeter. And by you being a better budgeter, by default, you're going to be more financially successful. What's the point of making more money if that money goes in and out and you don't see any benefit of it? These tips will help you see the benefit of your efforts. If you like this video, consider giving it a like for the YouTube algorithm. Much appreciated. And comment below, what's your story with budgeting? And which one of these tips was your favorite? Which one are you going to just implement right now immediately since you heard it? If you're new, consider subscribing and also consider joining the Financial Anatomy newsletter where you can stay up to date with new videos and articles being released. And you'll also get my free ebook, Still My Financial Blueprint, where I share the financial blueprint I've used for years that's made me financially successful. This is Elijah with Financial Anatomy. I will catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Sup everyone, this is Elijah here coming at you with another video from Financial Anatomy. Now I would like to do a face cam. I do apologize, but I'm not in a position to do that right now. And I hope y'all are keeping safe with the whole situation with the C virus going around. But I do want to announce that The Anatomy of Financial Success, the financial book, has just become an Amazon bestseller. And it's currently beating Dave Ramsey's Total Money Makeover. And I just want to say, wow, thank you for all the support. And quite honestly, it's really a beautiful thing to see that people are taking such interest in their financial education, especially given the situation with this shelter-in-place order that's going on. So a lot of people are looking to tighten up their finances, to find out what careers work best for them, learn how to budget their money, and just find out ways of making more money, how to evaluate opportunities. And it's a beautiful thing to see that people are responding to this crisis with action, and that action has produced it to be a bestseller. So I want to thank everyone for supporting the book, for making it possible, and stay tuned for the next piece of the Work From Home series. And for those of y'all that don't know, I do have a Facebook group to where if you have any questions about the series or in general, join the group. Feel free to reach out. I want to make sure we get through this crisis together. And I look forward to doing what I do best for y'all, which is just producing content and helping y'all take control of your financial destinies. That does it for this video. I'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace out. Books. So many books come out nowadays, but how do you know which ones actually give you a strong foundation? And we're talking about personal finance. We're talking about money. Which ones give you the strong foundation so that any other financial book you read after that, you can put it in its right place and use the information instead of it going over your head like it's just kind of going to happen since you don't have exposure to personal finance. So what are 5 books that lay a firm foundation for young people to build off of since the school system has failed to do so eloquently so? Well, let's get into it in this video. Hello everyone, welcome to a video produced by Financial Anatomy. I'm your host Elijah, and on this channel we talk about personal finance, investing, and how to spend money in regards to being financially successful. In particular for young adults, since the school system has eloquently failed to do so. And in this video, we're going to be talking about 5 books I highly recommend that you as a young person read or listen to, because most of them are available on audiobook, that will give you a firm financial foundation so that you can build off of and become successful early in life, as opposed to having to learn this stuff later in your early 30s and it kind of feels like it's too late. Since the school system does not teach you about financial literacy for the most part, unless you're a major in college like business or accounting, something like that, these books can also serve as financial basics or financial education that you can just use to build a solid foundation. So any more information on finances you get from there, you can really build off of, as opposed to you read or listen to a book and a lot of it goes all over your head because you don't have anywhere to effectively put it because you haven't had enough exposure. These 5 books, I'll actually be going into a summary of why they lay a firm foundation. But if you want to know more individual details on each one, I do have individual book reviews of each one on this channel. So you can check those books out if you want more details on a particular one. Okay. So without further ado, let's get into it. So first off, we have a honorable mention, and that is Rich Dad Poor Dad, written by Robert Kiyosaki. Now, I would like to put this in the top 5, but this time around I can't do that because it's just a little too basic. What it did for its time is revolutionary, introducing the aspect of assets and liabilities and making sure something really serves you. But by today's standards, it's way too conceptual. People are demanding action, hey, show me how to directly do something. I feel like that's really lacking in that book. I do like the graphic novel sense it's told in, and it does really nail in that concept of assets and liabilities, as well as the rich don't work for money. These are strong conceptual things, but it doesn't have enough active things to show you how to do stuff like that. So it's just an honorable mention as it stands, but a good honorable mention at that. Next up, we have Money Magic. Now, this book it's a different type of book. It's very, if I was to put it in the categories, spiritual, materialistically spiritual. I don't even know if that's a phrase, but it gets into the principles of how to attract money, because the whole objective of the book is to become a money magician. But you have 7 other personalities that you're going to fall in, and they all have their pros and cons. So once you find out what your personality is, you see the flaws that are in there from an emotional perspective when it comes to making money. You make those corrections. You want to eventually become a money magician. And then the author lays out a solid foundation that you can build off of based on your emotional strengths. It's coming in number 5 because I do feel like those personalities are well thought out, but they need a little more elaboration. This book in particular, I feel, is a great foundation. and really learning some stuff about yourself as far as fundamentals of your emotions when it comes to making money, so you can understand your weaknesses and your strengths, and then outline a kind of like they use a pyramid, 2 pyramids. One is like on the quote unquote spiritual side when it comes to money. The other one is the material side, things that you'll need. And they provide that balance. And anytime you're lacking in one of the tiers on those pyramids, that's saying that area needs more work. And they tie it back to the personality that you have. So that's some pretty good game. You'll learn a lot about yourself. So it lays a good foundation. Also lays the reasons why you shouldn't do certain things with money because it bites you in the butt in a practical way. So it comes in at number 5 on this list. Coming in at number 4, another Robert Kiyosaki book. It's one that's underrated in my opinion, and it's Increase Your Financial IQ, Get Smarter with Your Money by Robert Kiyosaki. So this book, he gets into what he calls financial IQ, and he breaks it down in 5 levels. And those 5 levels are, the first one is making more money. The second one is budgeting your money. The second one is protecting your money. The third one is budgeting your money. The fourth one is leveraging your money. And 5 is increasing your access to financial information. And he lays the details about each one of those and how to strengthen them. A very just direct approach towards, as he puts it, increasing your financial IQ. And those 5 levels can be used as staples to kind of measure where you're at financially and which ones you're weak at. And once you find out which ones you're weak at, you can make adjustments from there. This one is one of the more detail oriented in Robert Kiyosaki's books. A lot of his books are too conceptual in my opinion. This one is actually more on the detail side. And with that being the case, it hits number 4 on this list, where I say he just gives enough details in those categories to really lace you up as far as getting started. But you probably have to listen to it a few times because some of it may go over your head if you don't listen to it right. And I'll get into that later. Coming in at number 3 is Dave Ramsey's Total Money Makeover. Surprise, surprise, a lot of y'all probably expected that to be on this list. So Dave Ramsey is a very detailed author, and if you listen to the audiobook, he'll be scolding you the whole time. But the objective is to get out of debt and to build wealth. And his whole objective is financial peace. So setting yourself up for retirement, setting your savings up and never using debt again, and getting yourself out of debt if you're in debt. And regardless if you're in debt or not, I say this is a must read because he gives a lot of details on how to do certain things in life without necessarily needing credit. And that's a good side to know. Regardless if you decide to use it or not, you should know that side of the equation. And this includes things like getting a lease without them looking at your credit score. If you do it the right way, they'll look at other things as opposed to your credit score. It also includes how to get things in cash and get a discount, because most people in the sales field are so used to having to finance things, they get a piece of that commission. If you walk in there with cash saying that, hey, I want to get this in cash, a lot of times they'll give you a discount, and if they don't, you could probably negotiate a discount. So there's a lot of good game as far as how to live life debt-free in general, not just getting out of debt, but also not taking it on. So you need to know that side of the equation, and if you decide to follow that side, it's up to you. Even if you don't, it's just good to know. Coming in at number 2 is Alpha Money Strategies. Now, I really enjoy this book, and the reason I enjoy it, it's a very direct approach towards being financially successful, and I kind of see it as the masculine component of money magic. So I would consider this like the yin or the feminine aspect, and Alpha Money Strategies the yang or the masculine aspect, because it's very material, but it's also very spiritual. The way Alpha Male Strategies puts it is, you need to find your purpose in life and figure out a way to monetize it. But in the meantime, you need to develop a trade or a skill so you can make good money and try other things while you find out your purpose. You do all of this while you're setting yourself up for just a nice life, an abundant life. So once you are making good money, he recommends you get involved with the Lazy Dog portfolio. I think that's what it's known as, the Lazy portfolio, where you just pick 4 index funds, the S&P 500, the total bond market, the total stock market, and the total international stock market, and you just funnel money in there. And as the market rises and falls, you'll end up paying he didn't use this term, But that strategy is known as total is a dollar cost averaging, where you just keep putting money in, you end up paying the average of how much those shares cost, but these shares are paying dividend, so it's steadily just building wealth. So that kind of covers you financially. Even if you don't find your purpose in life, you're still getting covered, setting yourself up for a nice retirement and just living an abundant life while searching for your purpose. And if you find your purpose, you can give it all you have without having to worry with all this financial stuff because of the setup he outlines. I think that is beautiful, and it's underrated in my opinion. It's a very masculine approach towards finance, but it hits the spiritual side too. So it makes number 2 on this list. And coming in number 1, and it shouldn't be really any surprise, but it is The Anatomy of Financial Success, the keys to building financial confidence and destroying financial insecurity, written by yours truly, Elijah Blau. You're gonna say that's a bias putting your own book at first, but being honest, this book was written specifically for young people because there's 2 aspects that young people get screwed over in financial society. First one is the school system has failed us. They don't teach us about finances in school. We know this, but there's a higher component. The higher component is I don't see many, or if any, financial books that really take your personality into consideration when assigning like financial techniques, tactics, or ways of doing things when it comes to making money or income, budgeting, and spending money. There are techniques that are going to work best for your personality that won't work for me, and vice versa. And The Anatomy of Financial Success dives into those techniques, shows you what they are, and it also shows you the 6 personality types that inhabit the financial world, as well as which one you are. From there, you can find out what is the best type of income that is best for you to make based on your personality and your emotional wants and needs. You can find out what's the best way to budget your money, as well as your emotional strengths and weaknesses. Because we all have aspects of budgeting where we just spend money automatically. Like, I just spend money here by default. In other areas where we hesitate. So there's 4 areas, there's 6, but we're gonna talk about 4 here, but 6 areas of finance. So there's donations, there's business if you have one, investments, there's a self-spending, expenses, and savings. And we're gonna focus on the last 4 because donations and business, they don't come into play here. But those last 4, 2 of those, you just spend automatically. They're your emotional strengths. And 2 of them, you're more emotionally weak in for whatever reason you hesitate to spend there. And in all 4 cases, you need to figure out how to spend that money in a way that you keep moving forward financially. Well, The Anatomy of Financial Success goes into the science of that. In addition to that, once you know your personality, you're going to be bombarded with financial opportunities throughout your life, whether they're presented to you or you go out trying to look for them. And you need to know your financial personality so you can figure out if that opportunity is going to be good for you based on that personality. Because if you pick the wrong opportunity, you're going to burn out and waste your time and not get the results you want, versus if you pick the right opportunity, it's a license to print money. So that's why I highly recommend The Anatomy of Financial Success. Now, this next part, some of y'all aren't going to like, but I recommend that you read or listen to all the books at least 5 times before moving on to the next one, and they need to be listened or read to in a particular order. I can hear y'all now, hey man, why I got to read it all these 5 times in a row? Why I gotta listen 5 times in a row? I don't have time for that. Well, it's up to you. Do you want the strong foundation so that you can build money, or do you want to complain? That's just up to you. Now, some of y'all might say, I ain't got time to sit down and read a book 5 times. Well, great news. All these books are available on audiobooks, so you can listen to it to and from work, or if you really just need to get in the mood in the morning as you go to work, listen from work. But you can just listen to them 5 times, okay? So listening or reading them in this order is gonna have the most benefit because some of these are over detailed and they will go over your head, and some of these are more conceptual and some have an exact balance. And you need to read or listen to them in a particular order to get the maximum benefit. So if you're gonna include the honorable mention, it's gonna be Rich Dad Poor Dad, what the rich teach their kids about money that the poor and middle class do not. This book is like 75% conceptual, 25% like detailed action, but that's needed when you're first getting started. You really need to lay a foundation on what mindset you need to have. Next, it's got to be Money Magic. Same as Rich Dad Poor Dad in terms of like 25% conceptual, 25% like detailed stuff, and 75% conceptual. Next is going to be The Anatomy of Financial Success. This is the first book in this little foundation series where it has a balance between conceptual and detail. So it's 50-50. And that's what you're going to need once you start to get a grasp of the financial concepts in general. Then you can get a more balanced book where things aren't going to go over your head. And the Anatomy of Financial Success is going to lay a foundation to where any book you read in the future, you'll have a place to put that information so it just doesn't fall to the right wayside, so to speak. Next up is going to be Alpha Money Strategies, another book that strikes a good balance between conceptual and detailed. It's like 50-50, so 50% detail, 50% conceptual. And it has a very direct approach towards setting up a foundation in a practical way. Then next is going to be Robert Kiyosaki's Increase Your Financial IQ. This is a book that's more detailed, so this is actually more so 75% detailed, 25% conceptual. So the information will go over your head if you don't read the previous ones before, but if you've read or listened to them, then you're going to be fine. You can soak up all that great game. And lastly, Dave Ramsey's Total Money Makeover, 75% detailed, 25% concept. I mean, the concept is pretty much financial peace and staying out of debt, period, living debt free. Pretty easy concept to get. And once you read these books, you can make a decision if that's for you or not. But regardless, if you choose to use that or not, you need to know the other side of the equation. So that's why I recommend his book comes in last, because this is probably the most detailed among all these books. Hence, you need more perspective before you tackle that. And there you have it. We have the 5, or if you're going to include Rich Dad Poor Dad, 6 books, but I'll just say 5 books that young people should read or listen to lay a firm financial foundation that they can build off of. If I'm being honest, you could read or listen to these 5 books and stop, and you would be fine. That would be the equivalent of, again, let's say an associate's in quote unquote business, if you want, or I won't say bit in finance. And that's good because you need to have this financial foundation. I really feel that information in these books combined really should be required as basics in college, not that stuff about math and algebra and English and just a retread of what we did in high school, which isn't going to serve us in the least. I mean, this should be the basics. But that's for another video. If you have any questions or comments, I'd love to hear them below. And if you like the video, give it a thumbs up. It'd be much appreciated. As well, subscribe if you're new. If you want to get these 5 or 6 books, you can do so by clicking the link in the description below or in the pinned comment. Full disclosure, that is an affiliate link, so that does go help to support the channel. But that does it for this video. I will catch you in the next one. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. See you later. The Cash Flow Quadrant by Robert Kiyosaki. Has it aged very well in this just overwhelming abundance of financial books that are coming out in the year of 2020? Or does it fall short by today's standards? Well, stick around to the end of the video, find out. Hello everyone, and welcome to another book review done by Financial Anatomy. I'm your host Elijah, and this is a channel where you can learn how to take control of your financial destiny. And in this video, we're going to be reviewing Robert Kiyosaki's Cash Flow Quadrant. It is available on audiobook, on paperback, and also on Kindle. So this is a classic, and there's something to be said about the classics. But we have a bunch of financial books that are coming out nowadays, so does it measure and hold up by today's standards? When I was thinking about how to categorize this book, I don't want to do an overabundance of business books because this is still a personal finance channel. I want to keep it balanced, like 70-30, 70% financial and 30% maybe business. With this one, it's kind of hard to categorize because he talks about business a lot, but he talks about finance a lot. But overall, I would still say it is a book in personal finance. So you might be wondering, Elijah, what's the overview of the book? What is this book about? What am I going to get out of it? Why should I pick it up? Let's get into it. So Robert Kiyosaki's Cash Flow Quadrant, it's a new way of thinking for its time. It really introduced something kind of fresh and innovative to the not only the personal finance world, but the business world as a whole. I say the biggest contribution this book has is just introducing that way of thinking. It was just completely foreign. He really dives between the differences between the 4 quadrants, as he puts it, E, S, B, and I. E stands for employee, S stands for self-employed or small business, B stands for big business, over 500 employees or more, as he puts it, and I stands for investor. He says in his book that there are many books written for people who are in the E and S quadrant, but his books are specifically geared to help people in the B and I quadrants, which is pretty interesting. So throughout the book, he goes into the emotional differences as well as the mindsets of all 4 quadrants, and he lets you know that one quadrant isn't necessarily better than the other, but you should pick which quadrant you want to be in as opposed to just kind of falling in there as life happens. That's actually a fair point because we don't actually think about stuff like that when it comes to personal finance. In fact, the topic of money, I hate to say it, but it can be the most ignorable aspect of our lives. And when I say ignorable, I'm talking about things just happen unintentionally if you're not careful, and it's just like, oh, I just kind of ended up doing this and I hadn't thought about how it happened. Got to be careful about that. But this book naturally repels that concept, that thought, by letting you know what these are, where you fall, and if you want to be if you want to be in a certain quadrant, these are what you need to do. So you want to go from E to S, or S to B, or B to I. He really makes it known that there's some emotional differences that need to be swapped, and mindset too. Unfortunately, the minute details of what I said aren't necessarily found in this book. It's very mindset and perspective driven in terms of changing things. And that goes into our next category of book reviewing when we talk about concept versus details. So this book is overly polarized in the concept and not as much in the details. That may alienate some people. He does bring a fresh take on the art of personal finance, making money, and also he gets into investing a little towards the second half of the book. In fact, I didn't mention this, but in terms of financial anatomy, what we're looking at here, this is strictly about income for the most part. The investing part kind of goes into budgeting, but I would put this in the category of income in general. Okay, so you're working on your financial arms. Swinging back to what we were talking about, I would have liked to see more details on how to do some things he's talking about, but he really does stick to that conceptualized way of teaching, and he has a graphic novel sense of teaching where he goes back and forth between stories of him and his rich dad, and then telling you and talking to you in the present day. I like that format. That's pretty interesting, but it's like 75% conceptual, 25% details. That will alienate some, so you need to know that going into it. But does the cash flow quadrant actually solve the problem that it was written for? So when we read the full title, Rich Dad's Cash Flow Quadrant, Guide to Financial Freedom, does it solve financial freedom? Financial freedom is a very subjective concept, but most people will agree that it is the ability to work when you want to or not to. And he does get into that, don't get me wrong, but what I took away from this book in terms of financial freedom is really finding out what quadrant you want to be in, what quadrant you're currently in, and then mapping out a plan to get there. And you knowing your place in terms of the quadrant kind of will lead you to financial freedom as long as you know that's where you want to be. Because when you're making money in the ways that you want to make them based on these quadrants, that in itself is freedom. And I'm going to share a personal story. It was back when I was working for Amazon. I was listening to the cash flow quadrant. I've listened to it at least over 5 times. And he was talking about the differences between employee, self-employed, the quadrants. And he said something that I'm never going to forget. He said that if you want to be completely balanced, you need to have your hands in at least 2 quadrants. And those 2 quadrants, you got to have one on the left side and one on the right side. And a lot of people think he's strictly always talking about the right side of the quadrant, the B and I. But he specifically said, not in this book, but in other books, in particular, quit your job, before you quit your job, if memory serves me correctly. But he got his bones in the S quadrant, and he still has those skill sets to this day. Let's say if his fortune just disappeared all of a sudden, he can still go back to the S quadrant and make money with it. And that really meant a lot to me. He gave a story about this firefighter who he was perfectly happy in the E quadrant, and he worked there for 30 years. He'll be getting his retirement shortly, but he had investments on the side. He was perfectly happy with that. And I came to a realization, if you want to be in the B quadrant, you got to work with people. You got to do a lot of things that he outlines in this book. I decided, you know what? Even though the B quadrant is appealing, that's not actually what I want. The quadrants that I actually emotionally respond to is the S quadrant and the I quadrant. So the way of success for me is to make a lot of money in the S quadrant and invest. And it's really that simple. Obviously, investments can take different forms, but yeah, that's subjective. But I came to that conclusion, and that was powerful in, I'll say, my arc moving forward when it came to finances. So does it solve the, I guess it wasn't necessarily a problem, but does it deliver on its promise of a guide to financial freedom? I'm going to say yes, he does. So in terms of the 6 personalities, who's this book for? You know what? I'm going to be honest. This is one of the few exceptions where I'm going to say all people should read it in terms of personalities. So you got 6 personalities: the builder, the sniper, the king of the hill, the fame seeker, the preserver, and the conservative, out of Financial Anatomy. And I say all should read it for a simple fact that there's a lot of outliers in terms of these quadrants. So if you're a builder and you want to be in the B quadrant, you're going to get something good out of here. Let's say you're a builder, you want to be in the I quadrant, there's something here for you. Let's say you're a sniper, you want to be in the S quadrant, there's something here for you. You can lay this on top of your native personality, and it will give a lot of perspective. So I say that all personalities should read it. It's not necessarily biased towards a certain one. Since we're talking about income, what ways of making money are you going to find in here? We're not going to find anything hardly about being an employee, okay? And you're going to find a lot about entrepreneurship. You're going to find a decent amount about investing. That's towards the second half of the book, and it's more meant to be an introduction. If I remember right, the next book in the series of the Rich Dad brand is a Rich Dad's Guide to Investing. So you can tell he's laying the foundation for that in terms of investing. But there is some decent advice on investing in here. So it is for investors. It's not so much for people who want to get referral or affiliate marketing. And he doesn't really talk about being a contractor in any way. So there's nothing for that type of income. But if you're an entrepreneur or investor or looking to go that direction, this book is for you. So giving my final thoughts, I'm going to give Robert Kiyosaki's Cash Flow Quadrant a 9 out of 10. The reason I'm giving it a 9 out of 10, not like necessarily a perfect score, is because it does need more details by today's standards. The conceptual financial book thing, it was popular 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, but this time around, people, myself included, are demanding more actionable advice. Show me directly how to get X, Y, Z. And they're already getting the concept down. They want actual actionable advice, which will require you to go into details. So I got to take a point off of that. And that aside, I do recommend this book. That does it for this book review. Stay tuned for the next review we'll be doing, which will be going into one of my favorite financial books, Alpha Money Strategies, written by Alpha Male Strategies. I will catch y'all in the next review. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. If there's a book you want to see reviewed, hey, all you need to do is be a subscriber to the channel or be on the Financial Anatomy email list, and you can submit it in the comments in the link below. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Alpha Money Strategies, written by AMS or Alpha Male Strategies here on YouTube. Does it measure up to other personal finance books written by like Robert Kiyosaki and Dave Ramsey? Or does it fall short in regards to the standards that the year 2020 has set? Well, let's get into it. Hello everyone, and welcome to another video produced by Financial Anatomy, the place where you can take control of your financial destiny. And in this video, we're going to be reviewing Alpha Money Strategies, written by AMS or Alpha Male Strategies here on YouTube. For those of y'all that are new here, this is part of a series we do on the regular on Financial Anatomy, where we take a financial book or a business book and give them a rating on a scale of 1 to 10, as well as rate how do they stack to other financial books in regards to a few factors which we covered throughout the review. As someone who has written an Amazon best-selling financial book, The Anatomy of Financial Success, I have eyes to see exactly what is working, what has value, and what is kind of fluff when it comes to financial and business books. And we review these books based on those standards. So if that's something that you're interested in, you want to be sure to subscribe if you're new, as well as like the video, because we do this on a weekly basis. Sometimes we even slide 2 reviews in every week. Now, in regards to what part of your financial anatomy we're working on, I forgot to mention this in the beginning, but we are looking at actually 2 areas. Looking at your financial arms, legs, which is income, and your financial core, which is budgeting. And y'all might be wondering exactly why is the financial core in there? Because he does talk about investing. And investing, when it comes to personal finance, it does fall in the planning and budgeting area. The only exception is if you're looking to trade, but he doesn't talk about trading. So that's why it's not strictly just the income, which is your guns and legs. It's a little bit in the core, which is the budgeting aspect too. So with that being said, how does Alpha Money Strategies stack up to things out there on the market? Well, let's start with the overview. So the overview of AMS's book is financial freedom and mental freedom. And I say that's a nice take on this stereotypical financial freedom, because some people, they just equate this to financial freedom. They say, and he does the same thing in his book, Alpha Money Strategies, but they equate it to just having more passive income than their expenses, which means that they could stop working, and that's financial freedom to do whatever they want. But what if that's not something they necessarily like doing money-wise? Like they don't enjoy the work. Well, is it really, it ticks the box off as far as financial freedom, but are they really achieving mental freedom like he brings up right here? And in addition to that, he also brings up that by certain definitions, a homeless person has quote unquote financial freedom. And you want to make sure that this financial freedom, you have an income threshold that you've reached in regards to whatever it is you like to do. Like you like to go have nights on the town. You may like to go fishing. You may like video games. You might like traveling. Whatever you like to do on a regular basis, can you still afford to do that and not necessarily be working 24/7? He brings that element to it, and it's not necessarily anything new. I just appreciate that he does bring that up. So the major conduit of doing this is to find out what your purpose is and monetize your purpose so that you can live the life of financial abundance that you want. And that has kind of 2 sides to it that he goes to in the book. The first side is you're doing what he calls your purpose, and that should bring you a sense of fulfillment, and it fills that void as far as what you want to do with your life. And the second half is, hey, I'm making enough money to do the things I always wanted to do, or do things that I like to do. So you kind of have that balance. And I actually do appreciate that, because a lot of books, they kind of pick one side of the equation, but he mentions both of them here and gives examples as well as how you can exactly do this. In fact, there's a great parallel to AMS's story that really parallels mine. He talks about when he used to work as a bouncer in New York, making around like $30,000 a year. And by New York standards, that is almost like in the poverty. It might be the official poverty line, but it's very low by New York standards. I'll just say that. And how he found his purpose in getting involved in personal training, because he is always very intrigued or obsessed with like working out. And when he started taking it seriously, he got his CP, certified personal training license. I don't remember what it's called, but he got certified to be a personal trainer and started building his clientele. And he talks about when he was building his clientele, making decent money, he would go to the gym most of the day and then get home and write like chapters in his first book, not this one, but it's another book on dating. And it's a great parallel to myself, because most of y'all know that I have another channel called The App Lifestyle, where I teach people how to make money with Uber, Lyft, Uber Eats, that kind of stuff. And around the time when I started that, I also wanted to come out with a financial book. So I literally would go and do Uber Eats for 8-9 hours and come home, it's like 9 o'clock. And I would be writing chapters in my own book. So that's a very good origin story, like parallel. In addition to what we just mentioned, he does cover the art of like passive investing in the sense of once you do start making money, you want to start having your money work for you and set yourself up for, he doesn't use the word, well, he does use the word retirement, and he does talk about the Roth IRA, the different retirement accounts, which if y'all want to know more about that, you can check out my retirement account playlist. He doesn't mention the SEP IRA, which is something I find kind of interesting because a lot of what he talks about is like gold into self-employed people. So I would have liked to hear him elaborate or go into a SEP IRA, but that's just a nitpick. So with the overview done, how does it stack up as far as content versus like details, perspective versus giving actionable things to do? Believe it or not, this is one of the few financial books I've read that is balanced. I say it's a good exact 50-50. It's not spamming you with all these like details. It's like it's going to go clearly over your head, and it's not painting enough context so that you can understand the stuff. But it's also not overly conceptual. It's like, okay, my perspective has changed, so what I do from here? Then the book ends. No, it actually strikes a delicate balance. I say it's one of the most balanced financial books I've read before in that regard. So the perspective is pretty much what I outlined in the overview, but then he gets into details as far as how to implement that. And for example, when he talks about investing, he gives you an example. He talks about it's commonly known as the lazy dog portfolio. He talks about investing in the total bond market, investing in the total stock market, and the total international stock market. So this covers the whole market, and he gives the ticker signs in the book. And he personally adds another index fund to the portfolio, the S&P 500, which is the ticker VOO. You see how he lays a perspective on investing, but then he talks about some actionable details that you can do to implement right now. That's the kind of balance he does in everything he talks about in the book. And I really do appreciate that. So is the problem that this book was written to address solved, or is it just like a lead magnet for something else? Now here's where it gets kind of interesting, I gotta admit. So does it deliver on its promise to getting you to financial freedom and mental freedom? Well, to some degree, no book can do that. You have to put in the work. But does it lay an outline for you to follow? It actually does. Now, there are certain details that unless the book was gonna be like 400 pages, which that gets kind of ridiculous to me. He couldn't go into every little minute detail in the blueprint I just laid out, but he gives you enough information to where if you put energy into making that a reality, it's a good foundation to get started. Like for instance, if you want to find out exactly what you want to do, well shoot, that might take a while. So he recommends that you do various things to kind of test out what your purpose is. But in the meantime, he recommends that you go get a trade in a high paying skill. Like that's good advice. And it's advice that's not like, hey, well, this is what you should do. But if you want to know more, like go to my website and do da 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 da. It's like the action is actually in the book itself. And one of the things that this book benefits from, he is not like a financial advisor or anything. I'm not knocking anyone who is. I mean, obviously I'm in the financial niche, so I have other products that I'm promoting aside from my book. But his main niche is relationships. So with that being the case, when he came out with this financial book, he really put everything in the book. So it's not like you go somewhere else to get more. I mean, you can watch some of his videos, but that aside, it's not like there's another financial product in the financial niche that he's going to trying to be pushing you towards getting. And I think there's a benefit to that because he put everything you need to get started in the book. So there's actually zero promotion in here. Yeah, there's promotion for his YouTube channel, but that's it. So I say that's pretty great. So in that regard, what ways are you going to be learning to make money from here? Actually 3, contractor, entrepreneur, and investor. I've already given examples of what he talks about as far as investing. Entrepreneurship, he walks through a lot of scenarios that he went through about monetizing his purpose. But when you look at it, it is strictly entrepreneurship that he's talking about. So there's a lot of good game to learn there. As far as a contractor, freelancer or contractor, they're kind of interchangeable nowadays, but he talks about how he built his personal finance clientele. the way he built his personal training clientele, and he did it in a way that it speaks like contractor, and there's a lot of information in that regard, so it gives some good information there. Now, it's not for making money as an employee, and he doesn't really get into like affiliate marketing or refers, so if that's what you're looking for, this book isn't for you. So out of the 6 personas, which personas are these for? Honestly, I see the masculine personas getting a huge benefit out of this because of the way the book is written. It's very masculine approach towards finances. So that's the sniper, the builder, and the king of the hill. But in particular, this is a very target-like approach towards finances, and the way he outlines it is very masculine. And the sniper in particular, which I would say that's probably his financial personality, they're going to benefit massively from this. Just that target-like approach of do this, 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 and that's going to happen and move on to the next target. Man, I will say the feminine personas, the conservative, the preserver, and the fame seeker, there's some for them too, but it's the way it's written is so masculine. They may struggle to grasp it all because it's not like very emotionally motivating. It's very result-based motivating, and that's masculine energy. So the personas that are masculine are going to benefit dramatically more. So if we were to match them up with the ways that you want to make money, if you're looking to make money as a contractor, investor, or an entrepreneur, and you're a masculine persona, which is the builder, the sniper, or the king of the hill, this book is basically written for you. I can't stress this enough. Like, if you're a sniper, stop watching. Just go get this book. It's written for you. So Elijah, what is your final score of Alpha Money Strategies? I'm going to give it, but I do have to mention something that will be confusing if I don't outline this, and it is going to cause a few points to be taken off, but he talks about intuition in the book, and the way he does it, he's not talking about intuition. It's not the right word for what he's talking about. He's talking about self-doubt. So he brings up that when you want to try something new, there's a basic instinct inside you that's basically saying, oh, no, man, that's going to take too long, or that's too much effort, or you don't know this or that. So you kind of talk your way out of doing it. And he's saying you need to go against that if you want to expand your means and your way of life. And that's true, but he uses the term intuition when it's self-doubt. I mean, intuition is really, I'll give you an example of intuition. When I walked away from my full-time job as a process assistant at Amazon, that was back in 2015, I had an idea of what I wanted to do, but it wasn't like solid laid out game plan. I just knew it was time to move on because I had too many skills and too many things in here to just be wasting my life there. And it was my intuition that was leading me to do that. I just knew that phase of my life was done and it was time to move on to the next phase. That's an example of intuition. Now, you got to act on it, but that initial, I just know this phase of my life is over and it's time to begin this. That's an example of intuition. You can look up the actual word if you want to get specific. He talks about intuition, but what he's really talking about is self-doubt. So I do have to take some points away from that because some people will legitimately get confused. And if they read multiple books, they'll look at that definition here. They will get confused, and I just want to clear that up. But the final score, I'm going to give Alpha Money Strategies a 9.2 out of 10. I mean, I say it's a book that, in particular, everyone can get some value out of it, but I said the masculine personas can definitely get the most value, but I'm going to take that a step further and say that all men should read this book because we live in a society where masculine energy, for the most part, is kind of meant to be suppressed, or you're being a rebel if you are too masculine. And the way he approaches things in this book, it's a rejuvenating feel of pace when it comes to masculinity and personal finance. A lot of financial books don't directly take such a masculine approach. And for that matter, a lot of them don't take a feminine approach either. It's just like they're there. The way this book is written is just so masculine. I think when it comes just to the psyche of a man, this book is very appealing in that regard. So every male should pick it up. In a way, I kind of see alpha money strategies as the polar opposite of money magic. And the reason I say that is because you remember I said this will benefit the masculine personas, where money magic, the way it's written, is so feminine. It really benefits the feminine personas, the conservative, the fame seeker, and the preserver. I kind of see those as polar opposites, two sides of the same coin. And I would say that's a good thing. So if you're considering getting alpha money strategies, you want to click on the link in the description below or the pinned comment. And full disclaimer, that is an affiliate link, so it does help the channel out. But I can't recommend this enough for males. I'm not saying that means it's not meant for women or anything like that. There's a lot of people that can get value out of this. I just know that people are going to get the most value is going to be men. And in regards to the 6 personalities, it's going to be the masculine ones. So with that being said, that concludes this review of alpha money strategies. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. It'd be much appreciated, and subscribe if you're new. If you want to know more about reviews that will be happening on the channel in regards to personal finance, once in a while we will do a business review. I will catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Ciao. Man, I swear YouTube is playing with my emotions. Just step into the 4 figures already. Sup everyone. So I just hit 1,000 subscribers and I'm past the watch time requirements already. So I'm about to go ahead and apply for monetization. We're going to see exactly how long this takes. Is it going to take a few hours, a few days, a few weeks? Let's see what it has to offer. Sup everyone, this is Lodge with Financial Anatomy, and this video is actually a follow-up to another video I did where I uploaded to YouTube daily for 30 days and then I showed results that came about. So if you're interested in that video, you might want to check that out after you watch this one. With that being said, let's go ahead and move on to the follow-up video, which is how long did that monetization process exactly take? So first thing we gotta do is apply for monetization. Check my comments. I was your 1,000 subscriber, can I get a prize? Okay, the simple car wash. I am actually doing a giveaway to celebrate the fact that we've hit 1,000 subscribers. So make sure you check for that and follow the steps so you can win that giveaway. So I'm gonna go to the YouTube studio, click on that. Then I'm gonna go right down to where it says monetization. And it says apply now. I've hit the requirements, so I'm gonna click on apply now. And then I'm taken to this screen. Step 1, review partner program terms. Now I've already gone through this for my other channel, the app lifestyle. So I'm gonna click start. And nothing has changed since then, and the things that have changed, they've notified us about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and accept the terms. Check them off. I don't want emails, so let's leave that off and go ahead and accept the terms. And next it says sign up for Google AdSense account. I'm gonna press start. Now I already have an existing account because I have the app lifestyle, so I'm gonna say yes, I have an existing account. And from there I'm gonna click confirm. Then it's gonna ask me to confirm some things on my AdSense account. So we're gonna skip that step because it has information I shouldn't be showing in public. Now it has this screen. So step 3 is get reviewed, and a person at YouTube has to review it. So I woke up this morning and I got this email saying, congratulations, you have been approved to join the YouTube Partner Program. I'm gonna click on it. Congratulations, your YouTube channel, Financial Anatomy, has been accepted into YouTube Partner Program and you are now able to monetize on YouTube. Awesome. So let me bring myself on here on the stream real quick. There we go. All right, so just because I'm monetized doesn't mean that my videos are all automatically just gonna start making money. There's a few things that I need to do. So I'm gonna go to my YouTube account. It says monetize videos. I'm gonna click on that. And it's taking me to my monetization preferences. You want to monetize all existing videos, I'm going to say yes. And these preferences will also be applied to future uploads. Yep, everything looks like a go, so I'm going to apply preferences. And then it's bulk updating, which that's probably going to take a while, but in due time, it should all be completed. So yeah, Financial Anatomy is now monetized. So now that I've gone through the monetization process, exactly how long did it take? So I applied for monetization on Tuesday around 12:26 p.m. And I got that email this morning, and today is Friday. Email came in at 7:47. Now I typically like to round things up, so that means that the total amount of time it took for me to get approved after I applied was around 2 days and 19 hours, or a total of 67 hours. So that's how long the application process took. Now, a few factors that may have sped up the process on my behalf. This isn't the first channel that I've monetized. I have the app Lifestyle, which I monetized a number of years ago. So I was already set up as far as Google AdSense, so maybe that had an influence in making it faster. It should also be noted that I'm in an education niche, so I don't do like any entertainment or like commentary, and those are things that someone would have to really look at details and make sure that you qualify for the partner program, as well as like looking at copyright music, making sure that you can use all the music, you're not cursing too much, stuff like that. So that might have played an influence too. But that does it for this video. Have you applied for monetization? And if you have, exactly how long did it take for you to get approved? And if you're looking at applying for monetization, hey, go ahead and apply once you qualify, and then let us know in the comments how long it took. YouTube said that it could take up to a month, but that could just be them covering their bases so they have that long. They may actually just get in there and do it real quick like they did mine. But based on what I'm hearing on YouTube and other YouTube videos, the process is usually under a week, which is good. But if you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them below. And don't forget to subscribe if you're new and hit that bell notification if you want to be notified the next time I drop another video. This has been Elijah with Financial Anatomy. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny.
So Elijah, you talk about there's like 6 personalities, and you saying that one of the ways to eliminate some of those insecurities is to play to know your strengths and weaknesses and play to your strengths. So can you give us an example of a couple of those personalities and then how it would apply, let's say to making money?
Okay, so I'll give you an example of the personality which is known as the builder in my book. So the builder is very good at using technology to achieve results. And in terms of income that's good for the builder to pursue, it's based on an emotional strength that he has, which is he has the ability to delay gratification. So he can work on various projects making money. And when results don't happen immediately, he has the ability to delay gratification, which is great for building steady passive income. So with knowing that that person has that emotional strain, they can use that to their advantage by finding streams of income to build in that manner. Now let's take that to a different type of personality, which is the sniper. The sniper is a very active personality, and the best income type for them is making money, active income, and it's not so much steady, it's unsteady. They want the sky to kind of be the limit. And with that being the case, a great income to pursue is actually the unsteady active income, because they can make as much money as they want as long as they're willing to put in as much work as they want. So that's a good example of in terms of nailing them to those personality types, everyone has a particular income they can work with, and same goes for budgeting techniques and also spending money.
Yeah, so at the other end, so we got the builder, we got the sniper. I like that term, by the way. Is that so like on the budgeting side, because I know for a lot of people, personal finance, it's like budgeting is I got it. I'm a good budgeter at the beginning of the month. Second week, I'm not so good. Third week, I'm really bad. Fourth week, I'm a disaster. Why is that?
So, a big reason is they haven't outlined the budget for the month. And when I say outline it for the month, I mean outline, make it as automatic as possible, and also get software that you can use to budget. Like a good example is Simple. Simple is a bank, and it allows you to do strategic management and put goals in place. So you can name goals. Let's just use the four standard things: investments, expenses, savings, and investments, savings, spending, and expenses. Sorry about that. And you categorize your spending based on those, and you can have it so that money is set aside in those each areas and is spent accordingly. A lot of times we're not using the advantage of modern technology so that we can use it to automate the process and keep track of things.
Right.
So,
but how's personality play into that? You say different personalities budget differently, yeah?
yes. So based on your personality, two of those four that we just mentioned is going to be your emotional strengths. So you spend money on that automatically. It's not a challenge for you. And two of them are going to be, for whatever reason, you have trouble spending money there. You may be kind of hesitant, and whatever reason, it's just not your cup of tea. So with that being, I'll use myself for an example. So for the builder's strengths when it comes to budgeting is investments and savings. So set those on autopilot and have things outlined as far as what you want to invest in. But the builder's weaknesses are expenses and self-spending. So with you knowing that, you need to make sure that you spend those money on that first so you can start building that area up. Because the other two, you tend to automatically spend money on. But the last two are the ones where you struggle. And this is where it comes to, I knew I was supposed to spend money in this area, but the months ended and now I'm having problems. But if you know you have problems with that area, you can make sure you take care of those first. And your two strength areas, well, you're not going to have a problem spending money there because you already do it by default. You feel
Right.
strange if you don't spend money there.
That's right. Well, that makes sense. You know, you're just going to put off the ones that are uncomfortable for you until it's too late, and then your budget is empty. So I understand what you're saying. So, like I said, I'm you know, as you know, I wrote a book called Little Voice Mastery. How to, a little voice between your ears, how to win the war between your ears. And I think that what you're talking about is really unique, and I think it's powerful because it's a combination of mastering your strengths and weaknesses, which is part of that little voice stuff. But it also sounds like, and unfortunately I haven't read the book yet, but some real practical things of here's what you should do. So if you're this, do this. If you're that, do that. Rather than leaving it up to the reader to kind of guess, very practical ways to spend, to invest, to make money, and those kinds of things. Is that what the book's about?
Definitely. It's a blueprint for financial success based on your personality. And there's not a guessing game. It lays out a method on how to identify that. Then from there, you can use this blueprint to achieve success in the financial areas.
So let me ask you something. This is kind of off the cuff. We both agree that our education system just doesn't prepare us for this kind of stuff. So if you let's say you've got kids, or you've got, we have some young adults that have young family, or raising young families. What's your suggestion to them for their kids so that they don't have to go through the misery that some of us have had to go through?
That's a good question. And as parents, there's definitely a responsibility to pass the buck on. With that being the case, one thing we can focus on, obviously, to have their schoolwork, but there's nothing wrong with having I'll say just a secondary curriculum, and it doesn't have to be so formal, but something really focusing on, based on my child's personality, I'm seeing this is the troubles they're having. So having an active dialogue about what they're feeling when it comes to money. Like a lot of times when we're in our teenage years, sometimes we actually end up having some experience with money. We end up getting a job. And just sitting down and actually talking to your child about, hey, what are you spending your money on? Just to get them in the habit of dialoguing about this.
Yeah.
And they're going to start to see that, oh, I spend money on this, I spend money on this. And then it kind of circles back to, okay, so you're exhibiting attributes of this personality, and these things here you're not really interested in spending money on. Not so much. Then you communicate the value of, hey, these areas you got to spend money on too. Otherwise, you're going to fall behind in some way.
Yeah.
And once they're done, they can start really learning, and they can marry that to real life experience.
That's awesome. That's really good advice. You know, one of my friends is started a company called Colby Company, Kolbe, and she does an analysis of your strengths. And I want to ask you about this because her philosophy is that you don't have weaknesses. You just have relative strengths. So if you're weak in one area, like let's say you're not real detail oriented, chances are you can see the big picture pretty well. Okay. If you see the big picture well, maybe you're not detail oriented. So for everything that's perceived as a weakness, there's an opposing strength. And so I like what you said about as a parent talking to your kid about their strengths and their personalities, because then they don't feel bad. Like, well, I'm just not good at that, but here's what I'm good at. What do you think about that?
It's just spot on. That's very true. Because we use the term weaknesses kind of as a form for communication. But a lot of times I like to think of them as hidden strengths. Because if you have a quote unquote weakness, you're kind of forced to focus on it. Then before you know it, it's actually one of your assets, as opposed to your strengths oftentimes. Well, I kind of already have that down. With that being the case, do I really need to focus on it so heavily? That's kind of going against the point.
That's right. That's right. See, and you keep talking about it being a weakness, even though you turn it into a strength, you still think it's a weakness. And now you got little voice issues going on. So
Investing has become very popular recently, but if we're being honest, there's part of us that's always intrigued by how do you get started investing? We hear already stories about how people became millionaires, became rich over investing, but we also are aware that usually our retirement is tied to investing in some form. Well, since companies are becoming more hesitant to fund our retirement as young adults, we have to start thinking about how to do that ourselves. That's why in this video, we're going to be talking about how to get started investing for beginners. And we're going to go over what you should do when you're getting started. So let's go ahead and get into it. Hello everyone, this is Elijah with Financial Anatomy, giving you the tools to take control of your financial destiny. Here on this channel, we talk about personal finance, investing, side hustles, and ways to make money. And this channel is specifically meant to address the problems of young adults financially. And one big problem is exactly how do you get started investing? Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to get involved in the investing game in some form or fashion. The good news is we live in a time where we have all the tools necessary to do just that. But before you start buying stocks, bonds, insurance products, or maybe hopping into real estate, you actually need to have a plan for how you're going to do all this and what you want out of this. Because when it comes to investing, there are two human emotions that go back and forth that have the potential to get you what you want, or they have the potential to destroy you. And those human emotions are fear and greed. Now, a little of either of these is actually not bad. In fact, it's kind of good. Having a little fear keeps you on edge and keeps you motivated to keep an eye on your investments and make sure they're heading in the right direction. A little bit of greed is necessary to reach your financial goals. If you want to have any kind of goal in life, achieve it that is, you'll need some greed. But when these emotions are in excess, they cause you to make dumb decisions. So you have to get those emotions in check first. Assuming that you already have a handle on those emotions, then you can move forward to actually developing a plan for investing. So we're going to take a page out of Rich Dad's Guide to Investing by Robert Kiyosaki. And in his book, he speaks of 3 plans that you should have if you're going to be an investor. A plan to be secure, a plan to be comfortable, and a plan to be rich. I like to take the plan to be rich out because some people don't actually want to be rich. I'd rather replace that with a plan to be ambitious, and then you define whatever that is. But we're not going to talk about that in this video. We have to develop these plans in some form or fashion, and right off the bat, the first plan you should be taking a look at is a plan to be secure. What does secure mean? This means that your basic minimum monthly expenses are taken care of from your investments only. No other income source. They come strictly from your investments. And no, you don't need to wait till the age of 60 or something to get this in retirement. If you want to, by all means. But you can have this or aim for this before then. And this is a number. Each one of us has this number, and in this video, we're going to talk about how to arrive to that number and what investments are best when it comes to developing a plan to be financially secure. The first thing you want to do is to minimize or eliminate as many debts as you can. It should go without saying, but the only debt that you really want to be planning for is probably a mortgage. And even then, some people are getting aggressive nowadays and trying to pay that off as soon as possible, so it's not in the equation. But any kind of debt like cell phone debt, credit card debt, even a car note, which shouldn't be in your plan to be secure, that should be paid for already. So when we put this plan together, we're not going to include any debts aside from the mortgage. So if you have any outstanding debts, which we all tend to have outstanding debts, we need to have a separate plan to get those paid off before we can really dive into a plan to be secure when it comes to investing. With that being said, we're going to move over to the whiteboard so we can do some math to figure out exactly what that magic number would be for you. In this example, we're going to just pick someone at random and say, let's say John's investment plan to be secure. And we're going to pull national averages based on the expenses that people have. Once we do that, we're going to determine exactly what investments will be best to invest in for a plan to be secure. Remember, this is the first thing you should be looking at when it comes to being a beginner in investing. A lot of people want to hop into all this stuff, but they don't actually have a plan and an outcome that they want. That's what we're going to be talking about in this video. So let's go over to the whiteboard. Okay, so let's go ahead and move over to bit paper. There we go. And for this plan, we're actually going to use an example. So we're just going to put a name. Let's say John's investment plan to be secure. There we go. So I need y'all to understand exactly what secure means. Your wants aren't in this equation. What is the minimum you need to survive on and the expenses that you'll have? This is a plan for security, and it comes before any of that other stuff that you're probably thinking of when it comes to investments. So with that being the case, we have a few categories that we got to fill out. First off is going to be food, and this is on a monthly basis. So we're going to do this monthly. So how much does the average person spend on groceries per month? So it says for one person, it ranges between $150 and $300. We're going to use $200 for this example. So we're going to put 200. Next up, we're going to look at insurance. So first off, we're going to do the auto insurance. This is going to be subjective based on personal situations, obviously, but we're still going to do averages on auto insurance. So according to NerdWallet, that works out to be an average car insurance rate of $133 per month. We'll go ahead and use them as a source. They're fairly credible. So that's $133 for auto insurance. Next, health insurance. Now this is one that can vary so much. We're still gonna use averages here. So the average monthly cost of health insurance, including employer and employee contributions for an individual in 2018 was $574 per month. That's according to Dave Ramsey's blog. So we're going to go ahead and use that $574 for an average. Next, we're going to look at our overall bills. Now, starting off, we're going to put our cell phone bill in here. Unless you think you can live with that cell phone, I don't think that's possible in today's age. You let me know if you can pull it off. The average American cell phone for a single user is $70. So we're gonna go, that's according to US Mobile. This one is gonna vary, but we're gonna assume that you paid your phone off, okay? So we'll go ahead and use the $70 as the blueprint. Next, we have utilities. So how much does the average person pay in utilities? Okay, so according to move.org, utility bills 101 in the US, people who rent apartments should plan to spend around $100 to $150 per month. We found that homeowners should budget closer to $400 a month. That's a wide range and it depends on if you have a home. We're gonna go ahead and use the $400 because most people's ideal, this isn't retirement. Most people's ideal situation is to be in a house, so we should plan for that. So let's go ahead and put in utilities, and we're gonna put that at $400. Next is the big enchilada, which is a mortgage. Now you could aim to pay off your mortgage before you retire, but we're gonna assume that it's in the plan because most people that they take out a mortgage, they don't really look to pay it off sooner. Now, if you pay it off sooner, that's awesome, and you can take this out of the equation. So according to thebalance.com, the median monthly mortgage payment for U.S. homeowners is $1,100. So we're gonna go, and this is according to the latest American Housing Survey from the U.S. Census Bureau. Let's actually click on this and see how old this is. We want it to be fairly recent. It's written in July of 2020, so we should be good. So we'll use that $1,100. If you have a house, we cannot leave out property taxes. Now this is going to be very subjective according to your state, but this is according to Business Insider. And this was written very, very recently, February 2021. The typical U.S. homeowner pays about $2,375 in property taxes each year. Now we are going to take that number and do some math because that's on an annual basis. We don't want annual, we want on a monthly basis. So let's go ahead, share the calculator screen, do some math real quick. All right, so 2,375 divided by 12 because it's 12 months in a year. It gives, I'm just going to round that up to 198. So we're going to switch back to our bit paper. There we go. All right, so switch back to a bit paper. And that gives us 198 for property taxes on a monthly basis. And I'm just gonna put a little miscellaneous in terms of expenses because little minute things might pop up. Like for instance, you might do some traveling that month and you spend more on gas. So just gonna throw an extra $100 per month as miscellaneous. So we now have all our expenses in place. So it's time to figure out a grand total. And this total is going to play a role in how much we're going to be aiming to make per month in order for us to be secure from our investments. So let's total all this up. We're going to go to the calculator. Let's get rid of that. Now, first up, I'm going to add all the expenses up. So the miscellaneous plus food plus auto insurance plus health insurance plus cell phone bill plus utilities plus mortgage. And keep in mind that you're free to get aggressive when you're younger to pay that mortgage off, and then you could take the mortgage out of the equation altogether. Wouldn't that be sweet? Plus property taxes equals, so that gives us a total of $2,775. Switch back to the Bitly paper and update the total. If you made it this far in the video, I want to give you a thanks because I know it's very hard to take time from our family, our friends, or just our hobbies and learn a new topic. So you need to give yourself a thumbs up for that alone. And speaking of thumbs up, I'd appreciate it if you give me a thumbs up on this video if you're finding value. Consider subscribing if you're new. Hit that bell notification so you can be notified when I drop part 2 of this investing plan series, and if you want to be notified of other investment videos that I'll make in the future. So let's hop back into the topic. So this is the magic number that we have to be making on a monthly basis in order to be secure, right? Well, no, we're not finished yet. You gotta do a little more math to really get a true number on place that we can actually aim for to be making on a monthly basis. That means that the money we make from our investments alone has to be this number to take care of us. We're not at that number yet, but we're almost there. So we're gonna take this number, which is $275, and we're gonna multiply that times 0.05. I'll tell you why in a minute. So we're gonna multiply this times 0.05. That gives us 138. You're gonna find out that I like to round up on things, so I'm just gonna round that up to 139. So we're gonna take 139 that gives us $292,914. Now you might be wondering exactly why did I do that? Well, most people don't actually bake into their investment plan a savings account or an emergency fund. So let's say everything is going pretty smooth and something happens, life happens, just miscellaneous things come up. You need a new transmission or your car got a flat tire, whatever. Well, if you're not gonna be working anymore, how are you gonna get that money? Do you wanna just hop out there back in the workforce and make the money real quick just to cover something? I don't know about you, but that's not my ideal way of having my investments take care of me. So we need to plan for stuff to eventually happen. And that means you should be taking some of that money and putting it in a savings account. You got to come from somewhere, might as well come from your investments. It's supposed to be an investment plan to be secure, right? So that's why you take 5% of your overall expenses like I just did and add it to the total, and then just put that amount away every month in a savings account. So that way when something comes up, I'll just pull it from the savings. So you're planning for savings to be in the investment plan. That's why we just did that step. Don't skip it. Now we're actually not done yet. We're gonna bring Bitly paper back up, and we have one final step. With that intermission being done, now we're gonna talk about exactly what should you invest in if you're investing for a plan to be secure. So we're gonna put over here, stock market. Over here, we'll put real estate. Now, right off the bat, if you're investing for security, you want it to be one of these two things, unless you want to dabble in insurance, but we're not going to go there. That can get complicated real easy. One thing about an investment plan to be secure, it should be as simple and autonomous as possible. Okay? So we're going to start with the stock market. The objective is security, having your money in a place where nothing's going to rock the boat if something happens. Then it's going to be fairly safe, but it's still rising faster than the rate of inflation, and it's still giving you enough money to where you can draw. A lot of people use the 4% rule. You can draw 4% of your portfolio and your principal won't be touched. So what fits that criteria? Index funds, ETFs. I'm not the biggest fan of them, but technically mutual funds do fall in this category. Blue chip stocks. And for those of y'all that don't know what a blue chip stock is, it's basically a stock that's been well established. Usually it's been around for at least 10 years. So if the business has been around for 10 years, it tends to not really go anywhere. That's the basic consensus there. So if you're going to invest in individual stocks, then blue chip stocks is something to consider. Another one is we talked about utilities in our expenses plan, but we talked about it, utilities and our monthly expenses, but why not be on the other side of that? Why not invest in them? So utility stocks rather, banks, some REITs, start another line, some REITs, and I do specify some. REIT stands for Real Estate Investment Trust. It's a way to invest in real estate through the stock market. There are different kinds of REITs in different industries, but I say some REITs because you want to invest in REITs that are in industries that aren't going anywhere, that's tapped into society. So like the medical industry is a good example. I'm not going to go through all of them because that's not what this video is about, but that's why I say some REITs. And some MLPs, that stands for Master Limited Partnerships. The short version of that is they're responsible for managing oil and selling oil to people. So I know you environmentalists are going to go crazy, but at the end of the day, that industry is not going anywhere anytime soon. So now when it comes to the stock market, you got a few options. Option one is to use that 4% rule that we talked about. And that means that you're going to withdraw 4% of your portfolio every year. The second option is just to withdraw your dividends. Then you got to make sure those total dividends on a monthly basis equal the amount that we're going to talk about in terms of your monthly income from your investments. That one's probably a little more complicated. Most people probably want to go with the 4% rule. Now let's move over to real estate. So we're not going to spend a whole bunch of time on this because there are some things to consider. We're just going to say that it's cash flow. Real estate is the objective, which means you want to be renting properties and the cash flow that's coming from your tenants are paying you. So based on how things go, maybe you just need 3 or 4 properties to hit your investment plan of being secure. But we got to talk about this final step. So a lot of people think we're probably done here, right? No, we know what we want to invest in now based on those diameters. And let me say this also, no cryptocurrency, no small cap stocks. This is an investment plan to be secure, okay? So cryptocurrency hasn't been around that long. The stock market and real estate markets have crashed and rebounded X amount of times throughout history. You can look into it. So you can count on it being there. Cryptocurrency, since it hasn't been around for over 50 years, we don't know what's going to happen. So do you want to bet your plan to be secure on something that's new and hot and it hasn't been proven to stand the test of time? Not very financially savvy. So leave cryptocurrency out of this plan. That's more so for a plan to be comfortable where you can afford to take some more risks. Same goes for small cap stocks or any stocks which have a higher risk level. With that being said, the final step is to plan for taxes. We're actually going to come over here. So what I mean by plan for taxes, these stocks, as they appreciate in value, as you have your dividends reinvested, if you're not going to be taking dividends, I forgot to mention this, but in the 4% rule, if you're not taking them on a monthly basis, then you want to have them reinvested back into your portfolio. So basically any gains, dividends included, they're going to be taxed. And I just like to use a long-term capital gains tax rate of 15% because that's the highest that you can get taxed. Now, depending on your tax bracket, your tax rate may be lower. I don't care. I like to overestimate, okay? You can look up the tax bracket and use the exact number. But I'm just going to go ahead and use 15%. And if I don't reach the amount to get to 15% in terms of that tax bracket, hey, I just have excessive income. I got no problem with that. So we're going to move over to the calculator. We still have our final number of 2,914. And we are going to take that number and multiply it times 0.15, which is 15%. And that gives us $437. I usually round up, but it's so... No, forget it. I'm just going to stay rounding up. We're just going to round that up to 438. So we're going to take 438 plus $2,914. And that gives us $3,352. Switch over to bit paper. So for taxes, do $3,352. And for real estate, this is very tricky. I'm not going to put a number here because it really depends on how you handle it. and how your CPA advises you to handle it. You can roll over your taxes if you know what you're doing, or you can go ahead and pay taxes, but there are various deductions that you can take. We're not going to get into that because that is a video in itself. Just keep in mind that you do need to calculate taxes in the equation if you are going to be using real estate in your plan to be secure when it comes to investments. And the final number that we're looking at is $3,352. So this is the number that in this example, John would need to reach in order to have an investment plan to be secure on a monthly basis. So his investments, whatever he chooses them to be, need to be giving him that much amount of money for him to be secure and have all his needs met. That includes taxes, and that also includes a little savings plan that he can keep just stacking up savings, because life is going to happen. Just because we decide to retire or stop working, that doesn't mean life isn't going to happen. So that's also put in the plan. So I've given you a way to figure out what do you need from your investments in order to be secure. And before you do anything else, even before you look at investments to start investing in, you do need to figure this one out, because this should be your first investment plan. Everything else should come after the investment plan to be secure. And you want to set this up to be as autonomous as possible. So we've gone over an example of how to develop a plan to be secure, an investment plan to be secure, that is. Obviously, the numbers are going to look different for you, but those categories aren't going to change. You need to find out how much you're spending on your utilities, how much you're spending on certain things. And once you figure out how much each one of them are individually, just follow the process that we outlined in this video, and you'll come up with an investment number that you need to meet on a monthly basis to be secure. And once you're secure, then we can look at a plan to be quote unquote comfortable. But you should always have this investment plan to be secure in mind. Me personally, my investment plan to be secure is as autonomous as possible, and I have that set up via M1 Finance. So I have a portfolio in M1 Finance, and I just have money being drawn into it on a weekly basis. So every Thursday, money goes into that account. It's split up among my investment portfolio, and I move that much closer to my investment plan to be secure. I recommend you set something very similar up, whether it be real estate, the stock market, whatever it is. It should be as autonomous as possible, because you want this to kind of be automatic. You're just living your life, focusing on making money, and then it just kind of happens one day. That way you can just get aggressive with focusing on making money. Then before you know it, you've reached your investment plan to be secure. Then you can move on to an investment plan to be comfortable. Of course, if you do set it up right and your plan to be secure is going to be automatic, then you can actually develop a separate plan for being comfortable, where we can look at more speculative and risky investments and just put it in a different investment portfolio altogether. That's also an option, and we'll talk about that in the next part in the video series. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them below. Love to hear what you have to say, or any stories that you may have. If you found value in this video, give me a thumbs up, much appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new, and hit that bell notification so you can be notified when I come out with another video. And be sure to check out my investment playlist, where I talk about various apps that you can use to invest in. My favorite is M1 Finance, but I made that known in too many videos, so you probably knew that. I'll catch you in the next one. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Unless you've been asleep for the past few months, you probably know that cryptocurrency has been a new hot thing when it comes to investing. Cryptos such as Bitcoin and Dogecoin are quickly going up in value. In fact, Dogecoin, according to many articles, has actually produced some millionaires, and in some cases has caused a lot of people to make a lot of money in a short span of time. This has caused a lot of people to jump into the crypto market and just start investing in general, but the problem is that a lot of people don't actually know the fundamentals of investing in crypto, exactly what type of asset class is crypto, and how do you actually invest in it in a safe way so you don't lose everything, but you can still stand to gain something. Now, some people are saying that you should hop into the crypto world so that you can get rich quick. I think on some level, a lot of us know that that's not necessarily safe. But on the other extreme, you have people saying that you shouldn't invest at all, and you should just stick to stocks and real estate. Well, if you do that, you could be potentially missing out on some chances to make a lot of money in a quick amount of time. So should you get involved or should you not? Well, the answer is in between, and we're going to break that down in this video. There's a proven way that you can invest in crypto without standing to risk everything you have, while at the same time cutting you a nice slice of that market share while it's hot. So let's get into it. Hello everyone, this is Elijah with Financial Anatomy, the place where we help you take control of your financial destiny. We talk about personal finance, side hustles, and investing on this channel, and we're going to be talking about cryptocurrency in this video. Many people are starting to hop into the crypto market and they're buying Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and other cryptocurrencies in hopes that it shoots up in value and they make a bunch of money in the least amount of time. The problem is these new waves of investors don't necessarily know what they're doing, so they're not really investors. They are gamblers. And we've seen some pretty high sides of both extremes. For instance, according to CNBC, a 33-year-old invested his whole life savings into a meme cryptocurrency with inspiration from Elon Musk, and he became a Dogecoin millionaire. Another example, which goes to the opposite side of the spectrum, is from CNN Business. When Bitcoin crashed, this man lost his savings when cryptocurrency plunged in 2018. So it's safe to assume that cryptocurrency is actually making some millionaires, but it's also making a lot of people broke. And if we're going to be honest, I'm sure everyone wants to be a millionaire, but they may not want to risk the other side of extreme, which is you going broke. So what's the happy median, and what is the most efficient way to invest in cryptocurrency? This is pretty important to take in consideration, because when someone asks me if I'm going to invest all my money into cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Ethereum, or whatever the hot cryptocurrency is at the moment, well, this is pretty much my response.
So let me understand it. I go in your casino, take a third stake along with your organization in the Corellis, then I let you guys manage my investment for me?
Bingo.
Yeah, you must really think my mother, God rest her soul, fucked an idiot instead of my father. Are you calling my mother an idiot who goes with morons?
All joking aside, anytime that you're investing, you need to learn the difference between investing and speculation. Now, what is speculation? The dictionary, according to Google, defines speculation in this context as investing in stocks, property, or other ventures in hope of a gain, but with the risk of loss. Now, how does that necessarily differ from investing? It differs from investing because investing has proven systems, proven strategies, proven tactics that have actually stood the test of time, and they're still relevant and still working today. So the risk is extremely low when it comes to investing, versus speculation. The risk is often greater, but the potential gain is also greater too. Now, when we look at cryptocurrency, which one of those two does it fit in? Does it fit in investing, or does it fit in speculation? Well, we have to look at the track record of cryptocurrency and measure it to the other major markets when it comes to asset classes. Both the stock market and the real estate market, for examples, have both gone up, crashed, gone up, crashed, gone up, crashed, and they've stood the test of time because they are still here. And their tactics, systems, and strategies to see the cycles of those markets, invest at certain times to maximize your income, or you can just do dollar cost averaging when it comes to stocks and just invest on a consistent basis, have dividends reinvested, and overall you end up coming out on top because that's a system in itself. When we look at cryptocurrency, it hasn't been around long enough to necessarily justify it as an investment, even if you are learning trading systems on how to make some quick money. So does that mean we should run away from all the cryptocurrencies, like no Bitcoin, no Dogecoin, no Ethereum, no Litecoin, nothing? Well, no. We're going to take a page out of Benjamin Graham's book, The Intelligent Investor, which is quickly becoming kind of like the Bible for modern investors, where he talks about speculation and investing. In Benjamin's book, he mentions that you need to be able to tell the difference between speculation and investing, but only a fool would not recognize the value of speculation, the gains that it can offer, and he straight up said that all of us to some degree are going to speculate. What you need to do is just manage your speculating versus your investments so that you can keep a good balance. So what is a good balance? According to Benjamin Graham, you want to have an assessment of your total asset value. And once you have an assessment of that asset value, you want to take no more than 10% of that asset value in terms of money and how much that is worth, and you use that to put in investments which are considered speculative. And when we're talking about assets, we're strictly talking about assets in the investment category. So something that increases your net worth, like let's say a car, we're not going to count that because you don't really know the true value of that car until you sell it. We're talking about stocks, bonds, real estate. We're talking about assets that fit the investment category. Now, if you need a means of coming up with what is your total asset value, I recommend that you download the Financial Anatomy monthly budgeting template, where it shows you the asset value based on what you put in, and then you can use that number to figure out what is your 10% that you can spend on speculations if you want to do this the right way. The link is in the description, also in the pinned comment. So bringing it back home, we're going to take a look at an example. Let's take a look at someone, let's say John, and his total asset value is $10,000 across his stocks, his bonds, and his real estate. It all comes out to be $10,000. So the total amount that he can spend on speculative ventures, if he wants to stay within this balance, is going to be $1,000, because $1,000 is 10% of that $10,000. So based on our definition, since cryptocurrencies are speculative, that means that he would have $1,000 to spend in the speculative ventures, which in this case could be Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Litecoin, etc. If at any point John wants to invest more into the cryptocurrencies, then he needs to increase his total asset value so that he can invest more into the speculation and stay within that 90-10 balance. Benjamin Graham in his book, The Intelligent Investor, also mentions that you want to make sure that you have a speculative account and an account for investments. So myself, as an example, all my investments, where I do the dollar cost averaging strategy, is held in my M1 Finance brokerage account. But when I buy cryptos, since that's speculation, I do all my crypto buying in my Webull account. So in summary, this is the best way that you can cut yourself a nice little slice of that market share when it comes to crypto without necessarily risking losing a lot of money, because your asset value is mostly in safe and secure investments. Meanwhile, your speculation is in a separate portfolio, and that's money that you could actually afford to lose. But let's say if you do get triple your investment, hey, that's great. This is the strategy that I employ, and I recommend that you employ too, because many wealthy people employ this strategy. The only difference is we see them putting a bunch of money into something that's speculative. Well, guess what? That still probably fits within their 10% range when we measure it to all the other stuff that they own. So if you want to invest more while staying in that balance, then that means you need to increase your total asset value. My recommendation is to make your investments as autonomous as possible, and I've given advice on how to do that with the stock market in this video. So if you're wondering exactly how to do that, you can always check this video out for greater detail. But the sum of it is I have automatic deposits that go into M1 Finance every single month. So my portfolio keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger in terms of how much money I'm putting into it. And any dividends that I get are automatically reinvested. So the value of that portfolio keeps growing. So by default, the amount I can invest in speculative ventures just keeps increasing, and I can stay within that 90-10 rule because my asset value keeps increasing. This is the most efficient way to invest in cryptocurrency instead of putting more than 10% money in. And if you do lose it all, it kind of stings. While at the same time, you can maximize your chances of getting triple or 4 times the return, because at this particular point in its development, Bitcoin is speculative. It's not really an investment. So you need to treat it like speculation. And if you do so, then you'll be all right. And regardless if you make money or if you lose money, overall, you'll be okay. That does it for this video. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them below, as well as subscribe if you're new. Hit that bell notification if you want to be notified when I come out with another video specifically on cryptocurrency. Give this video a thumbs up if you found value in it. And again, if you want to be able to find out what is your total asset value, you can always get the free Financial Anatomy budgeting template, which will show you what is your total asset value based on the numbers that you punch in. It's been Elijah with Financial Anatomy. I'll catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. I was looking at the, I'm not sure if you keep up with like crypto and stocks and stuff, but I was looking into what's happening like earlier this morning. apparently one of the exchanges for crypto is filing for bankruptcy, and people are losing their minds, like withdrawing Bitcoin out of their accounts. It's pretty interesting just to observe.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why, speaking on that, is like, from me and my experience being in business for the last 4 years is, that's why I didn't get into crypto, because crypto was so incredibly volatile. Like, there's a very funny commercial. I'm not sure if you've seen it. I'm not sure if anyone listening has seen it, where the person, I think it's a TurboTax commercial, and he's sitting there, he's like, I'm a millionaire. Oh, I'm not a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. Oh, I'm not a millionaire. But that's really how crypto has been since its inception. And for you saying that, I don't keep up with it that closely. That's incredible that that's happening. And it's also a scary time, but that's why I love that you've made a podcast like this, to be able to share transparently what's going on in the world and to actually help people. Because like with crypto was, in my opinion, everyone wanted to jump on it because they saw people become millionaires overnight. But so many times people want to bite the silver bullet and just go fast and jump into something because it looks good, when really it's not sustainable.
They catch a mad case of FOMO, of fear of missing out. Yeah, I tell people all the time, this isn't the anti-crypto bashing podcast. I'm not going there, but I just tell people to put it in the category of speculating and not investing, because you invest in the stock market, you invest in real estate. They've historically crashed and bounced back, crashed and bounced back. They have cycles that's happened over and over and over again, and they're still here. But cryptocurrency hasn't gone through an official crash and bounced back the same way. So don't treat it as an investment, treat it as speculation, which means all the strategies you apply to speculation, meaning that you can afford to lose that money. If it does go away, it's not such a hurt. Do speculation plays if you're going to dabble in it. Don't treat it like investing, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree, because even for us, as in our e-commerce career and in our business, being able to generate over 3 million in sales, is once we started generating big money, what we did was we put our investments in hard assets. So in your intro, I saw where you had Airbnb host. For us, we have 2 Airbnbs. So that's where we put our money. We put our money in something that is physical, something I can walk into, I can see it, I can touch it. I can make changes to the wall color if it's not converting as well. But with something like crypto, and I feel this way to a certain degree with stocks too, is you can't palpably change anything. So if it's going great, awesome, you're making money. If it's going terrible, then awesome, you're losing money. But you can't do anything to influence it. With something that's physical like real estate, you can actually go and change the roof or change the windows or change the wall color or the couch and get a higher conversion rate because of that. So yeah, just as you said, is speculate. And that's what we've done. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Like, we put some money into crypto, but it was money we were willing to lose because I didn't expect it to generate a return. I was just curious, like, hey, if it is as crazy as everyone said, then maybe my few $100 in here will generate, a 10x return overnight.
I've looked at my analytics on this channel, and apparently you all really like Cash App and Chime in terms of banks. So it's time for us to have a nice old-fashioned competition or kung fu fight between the two to see which one is the superior bank when it comes to checking accounts. So let's get into it. Sup everyone, this is Elijah from Financial Anatomy, the place where you will learn how to take control of your financial destiny. On this channel, we talk about apps involving money and investing. As mentioned before, we're going to be comparing Cash App and Chime to see who comes out on top in terms of winning your approval, since y'all really seem to like these two banks. We're going to be comparing them in 4 main categories in terms of checking account. Those categories are the ability to deposit money, account control, spending restrictions, and spending features. So without holding it back anymore, let's go ahead and get into it with depositing. So when it comes to depositing money, both Chime and Cash App are a little bit at a disadvantage because a bank like Chase or Truist or Wells Fargo has a physical location that you can go in to deposit money at no cost to you. But with Chime and Cash App being both online banks, this option isn't present. The good news is they have made deals with various businesses like CVS to be able to deposit money inside your accounts, but it comes with a hefty fee. Oftentimes it costs around $5 just to deposit money into your online banking account using this factor.
You serious?
But when it comes to comparing the two, Cash App just released this feature a lot later than Chime, and it's still clunky to say the least. You may actually go to a place and you will not be able to deposit money. They say, hey, we don't do that, even though the Cash App map says that you can. Versus Chime, I've never had a situation where I couldn't deposit money in a place where they said that you can deposit money. It just costs $5. But the fact that you can deposit money all the time on Chime and you can't on Cash App is kind of iffy. You might want to call ahead of time. Gives Chime an edge when it comes to depositing money. Next, we'll look at the ability to deposit checks. And to be honest, neither one of them do a fantastic job at this. They both offer the feature to deposit a check, but it's pretty standard. It's nothing special. Just take a picture of the check and then it'll be deposited in your account within the following business days. There's not really a real difference in terms of how long it takes. They're about the same. So they both get a point in terms of being able to deposit checks into the account. So if we're doing the math, Cash App has 1 point, Chime has 2 points. So Chime gets the category winner when it comes to depositing money. Next, we'll move into account control. So right off the bat, both Chime and Cash App don't have any checking account maintenance fees, meaning you don't have to have a certain amount of money in there to avoid getting hit with a $5, $10, $15 fee. And they don't have overdraft fees either. I will say that Chime does give you the ability to overdraft if you decide to turn it on. But generally speaking, both companies don't have any fees, so neither one of them receive a point since they're kind of at a stalemate. But let's go into where Cash App has an advantage here. So Cash App gives you the ability to do what I call money laundering. So Cash App, you can link a debit card to it and then get money from that debit card via the add cash feature, and then replace that debit card with another card from another bank and then cash out that money on that debit card and move that money to the bank. Now keep in mind that there is a fee for doing this, but if you need to move money from one bank account to another bank account without any large amount of time, really, like you can do this within a matter of minutes, you can actually do this with Cash App, which is actually a big plus. I really enjoy that ability to do so. So we're gonna have to give Cash App a point in that regard because Chime doesn't have anything like that. Unfortunately, that's where the pros end for Cash App. We got to go over to Chime and look at what they have to offer. Chime has the ability to link multiple bank accounts to your Chime account. That means that you could link your Wells Fargo, your Chase, your Veraro, all kinds of bank accounts to your Chime account. That's a plus because if you want to transfer money from one bank account to another, you don't have to keep switching out. With Cash App, you can only link one bank account at a time and one debit card at a time. Now, if you do the math, you could link your bank account from somewhere else, and let's say Chase bank account, and then link your Wells Fargo debit card. So technically you could say that that's linking two bank accounts if you want to get technical. But the fact that you can link more with Chime gives Chime an edge over Cash App. So right now in this category, we are tied. But Chime does have that overdraft ability if you wanted to turn it on. You can count that if you want. You know what? We're going to go ahead and count that because it does give you more account control. This is the feature account controls. So this gives Chime 2 points. The third thing that Chime has to offer is, and this is a more recent addition, but you have the ability to pay anyone on Chime versus on Cash App. You only have the ability to pay someone or receive money from someone that has the Cash App. With Chime, you can now send money to anyone or receive money from anyone. The way it works is you just press the button in the bottom right-hand corner that you see on the screen to send money, and then you send it to the number or email. They receive instructions on what to do, and when they fill out those instructions, the money is sent to them. They can claim it, or they can receive money from you. They don't have to have a Chime account though. They can have a Chase account, they can have a Wells Fargo account. It doesn't matter. So we're gonna have to give a point to Chime. So if you keep a score, that's 1 point for Cash App, 3 points for Chime. So Chime walks away with the overall point for account control. Next, we're gonna go to spending features. So when it comes to spending features, I would say the Cash App has an advantage. They have the ability to use Cash App Borrow. Cash App Borrow is a program that you can use to borrow a set amount of money and pay a little interest back when you pay Cash App back. So it's basically a mini loan. So you have the ability to use that versus Chime that doesn't really offer anything like that. I always want to say use that with responsibility, but the fact that Cash App offers it gives them a point in this area. Cash App also has the ability to spend money using their Cash App debit card, and you'll receive cash back in the forms of boosts, or you can receive some kind of discounts. Obviously, there are a variety of boosts that have a variety of benefits, so it's not just cash back. But when we look on Chime's side, they don't have any of this, so we got to give the point to Cash App. And finally, Cash App has the ability to do roundups. So you can arrange so that when you spend money, Cash App will automatically round the amount that you spent up and invest that money into Bitcoin, a cryptocurrency, or into a particular stock. That can be arranged. To give you a visual of what I mean, let's say you pay for something and it costs $11.30. Well, if you have roundups on, if you set it up to, let's say round up to Bitcoin, Cash App is going to take that additional 70 cents that would round up to $12 and invest it into Bitcoin. Obviously, this is a nice feature. They're ripping off Acorns since they're the first ones to do it, but we're not comparing Cash App and Acorns. We're comparing Chime and Cash App, and Chime doesn't have this ability, so obviously this point goes to Cash App. If you keep a score, we're at 3, so Chime is getting destroyed in this category. Chime does have something of value to offer here though. They offer a credit builder program that allows you to build credit just by using the card. The way that they have it set up is you get this credit builder card. Well, first you apply for the program, and I've never heard of them rejecting anyone. So you get the debit card, then you just pay for something. Let's just say you buy a box of fruit or something, it costs $5. Chime then does some accounting on their behalf to basically put that in a separate account, and then they pay it back for you, and then you start building credit history, which is pretty cool. That's something that Cash App doesn't have, so Chime gets 1 point. So Cash App has 3, Chime has 1. When it comes to spending features, Cash App comes on top. Next, let's go to restrictions. So both banks offer the ability to block your debit card, which is pretty key if you want to make sure that someone isn't using your debit card for malicious purposes. If they get the information online or whatever, you have the ability to block your card with both banks, so that's awesome. But Chime does offer a few more features. You can actually block different transactions on Chime. So you can block transactions inside the US, but you can also block transactions outside the US separately. So if you're not traveling internationally, who would turn the transactions for international on? You just leave that off. So if someone in China happens to get your information on the web somehow, they're not going to be able to use it because all transactions are going to be declined unless they're inside the US. That is a brilliant feature that I wish more banks implemented in general. So we're going to have to give Chime the point here because they just have an extra feature on here that Cash App does not have. Speaking of international travel, Cash App is limited in the places that you can use it in. As you can see on the screen, these are the only places that you can use Cash App in, period. Versus Chime, you can use it outside the US in other locations. Now, to be 100% honest, Chime's list of locations where you can't use your card is a lot more than your average bank. Chime just has so many. It's like, well, shoot, where can I go to use this? But at the end of the day, they do have more places you can go and use it than Cash App. So we got to give the point to Chime. And keep in mind that just like any other bank, you do need to let Chime know that you will be leaving the country for a duration of time. This is called a travel notice. So just keep that in mind. So this is me after the video because I forgot to include something. So one thing about Cash App that's negative is the debit card is considered a prepaid card. So if you try and use it online, on anything that doesn't take prepaid, the transaction will be declined. So if you want to, you could give another point to Chime because that's not the case. It doesn't impact the overall score for this section of restrictions, but I did want to mention it just so you know about it. Let's get back to the video. So in the spending restrictions category, Cash App has 0, Chime has 2, so Chime wins in this category. So who's the overall winner? The moment of judgment has finally arrived. So in the depositing, we have Chime that won the point. In account control, Chime won that point too. When it came to spending features, Cash App won, but when it comes to spending restrictions, Chime won once again. So we can definitively say that the better bank is Chime in this situation based on the categories that we brought up and compared.
Flawless victory.
However, if you love Cash App like I do, I completely understand that. I do believe that Chime is overall the better bank, so maybe Cash App can play catch up sometime in the near future. If you found value in this video, please let me know in the comment section because this is a new series that I'm thinking about starting where I'll compare banks like this. And if this is received very well, we might look at doing more comparisons at different banks. And if you have any questions about Cash App or Chime, I'm going to link my playlist on both banks in the description and the pinned comment. Feel free to check those out so you can stay up to date on the features that come out on both of these banking apps. And if you haven't signed up for either of them and you have an interest in doing so, you can use the links in the description or pinned comment. Full disclosure, that is an affiliate link and it goes towards supporting the channel. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new and hit that bell notification if you want to be notified when I drop another video. And if you found value in this one, give this a big fat thumbs up. It's very much appreciated. This is Elijah with Financial Anatomy. I will catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Okay. And I always hit my guests with this question as the last question, but do you have any questions you want to ask me? Doesn't have to be about the topic, but just like anything.
Yeah, so you got a handful of channels, right? Right now I'm diversifying my content and I'm making a conscious decision to keep it under one channel, even though that goes against a lot of people's channel advice or whatever. How do you find it like managing multiple channels? Like, do you have like a content calendar for these things? Like, at what point did you like branch off from one channel to multiple channels? And would you just go back to one channel? That's a lot, but that's the question.
Interesting. So good question. So my first channel was the app lifestyle. That's why I talked about Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, that kind of stuff. And initially I had a plan to go into the personal finance niche and just kind of use like that as a conduit to get there. So I did make some personal finance content on the app lifestyle, but the audience didn't respond to it the same way because it's not what they signed up for. Like I subscribed, for Uber content, Lyft content, Uber Eats content. So what I decided to do, because I binge watch YouTube, like I binge watch like Netflix or anything. And even as a viewer, I kind of get annoyed if a channel was like doing a whole bunch of stuff and I see their stuff come across my timeline. I'm only clicking on like the topic that I subscribe for. So I respected, like the audience didn't say like, hey, make another channel. I just kind of respected their wishes to say, I'm going to put this on another channel. So I started a Financial Anatomy and I got that monetized. And I had a pretty similar experience where I was making long form content as far as like what we're doing the podcast right now. I had like maybe 2 or 3 episodes. It's not in the form it is right now, but they were live streams on that channel and they did okay. But then I felt like, you know what, I should put this on a separate channel too. So I made this channel. This channel is not monetized yet on YouTube, but it's going to be later. But I noticed that every time I make another channel, the revenue for that channel is higher than it would be if I put it on one channel because the audience is expecting that particular type of content. In fact, Financial Anatomy literally grew to be 5 times bigger than the app lifestyle. So And also the sponsorships that I was talking about, they wouldn't have happened if I had it all on one channel, because it confuses brands. Like, oh, well, if I sponsor a video, your numbers are going to be diluted. And how do I know if I'm going to get this return? They can kind of speculate based on what your channel is already doing, this upward trajectory. Like, okay, so we see that they're doing this, and this. So worst case scenario, we're probably going to get this. I can live with that. Let's reach out to them for a sponsorship. That wouldn't happen on one channel because all this stuff is all jumbled. So having multiple brands has multiple monetization opportunities, and it gives the audience what they want, regardless of what that audience is. So on the app lifestyle is gig workers making money online. Financial anatomy is investment advice and personal finance. And the side hustler society is for ways of making more money. Different audiences, even though there's some crossover to some degree, they overall are different audiences. So I wouldn't go back to one channel because I'd be abandoning those monetization opportunities. And it's not what the audience wants. And also, in YouTube, they're different. You get paid differently based on your niche. Right. So the Uber and Lyft stuff pays less than the financial advice stuff and making money stuff. But if they're all on one channel, you confuse YouTube as far as like what ads are going to come on your videos.
Right. Probably get an average. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. And this is going to be interesting because having been on YouTube since like 2005, I'm going again. I think I'm gonna go against the grain and do the wrong thing.
Well, another thing is, you have multiple things going on outside of YouTube, though. YouTube is just a vessel for you. Some people, YouTube is going to be their whole career. So, like, if you have everything on your channel, it's more convenient. It helps you save time. And let's just say the videos are just meant to provide leads for your business, nothing else. I will put it all on one channel.
Right.
What's up, everyone? The video you just watched is actually a clip or portion of another episode from the Side Hustler Society podcast. You can check out the full episode by clicking on the link in the description or by clicking on the video that's popping up on the screen right now. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new and hit that bell notification if you want to be notified next time an episode drops. And give this video a thumbs up. It's very much appreciated. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. What's up, everyone? This is Elijah from Financial Anatomy, the place where you'll learn how to take control of your financial destiny. On this channel, we talk about apps that involve money and real estate. And recently, I had the privilege of attending BitSummit, a summit made specifically for creative entrepreneurs, YouTubers, content creators, that kind of thing. And since I fit all three of those stereotypes, might as well go, especially since it literally was in my backyard of Dallas, Texas. But I thought it would actually be a fun idea, and it would probably benefit a lot of people that are thinking about going to BitSummit next year in 2024. If I actually did a review of the whole event, my experience, the pros and cons, and also some advice I would give to new people that are thinking about attending. So with that being said, let's just go ahead and get into it. So right off the bat, I had a lot of fun with BitSummit. I made a lot of contacts. I mean, there's a lot of information I was able to absorb. And just to give full context for people who are not familiar with me, you already know that I have multiple YouTube channels. You can see them on the screen right now. So the concept of building a YouTube channel and how to do it, that's not necessarily new to me. And I still actually learned a lot of very good information at the event. Of course, I'm getting ahead of myself, so I'm gonna go ahead and start getting into the pros and the cons. So we're gonna start with the pros, and if you see me looking down, I'm looking down at my cheat sheet. Don't get mad at me, okay? So the first pro I have is obviously the information. So the way BitSummit is set up, when you buy your ticket, there are numerous like speakers and presentations that's going on in multiple rooms at the same time. So when you're there, you are gonna have to pick which one you actually want to attend during that time frame. But you do have access to all the replays a few days after the summit. So don't feel pressured as in like, oh, if I don't see this speaker, then I won't see it at all. No, that's not the case. You can check, usually there's about 3 presentations going on at once. You can check the other 2 out during, at home doing the replay. The reason I say that is because depending on the topic, maybe you might go to a panel that has something about a topic that is a more networking opportunity. It draws a lot of people with the same problem in the same room. And when the discussion ends, you can do a lot of networking because all y'all are in this same room now. You might pick that over the other two that might have a more useful subject for your direct problems, but you can just get the info for that in the replays. So that's the first pro. Next pro, and I just got into it a little, is actually the networking. So I made a lot of contacts and had a lot of fun. In fact, this was kind of a point of contention because it's kind of a conflict. Like, you got the awesome presentations, but you got the networking, and it's kind of hard to do both. You are going to do some networking by being in the rooms with people, but at the same time, what if you weren't in the room and you were just out in the hallways talking to everyone you can talk to? You're going to get a lot more networking done if you do it that way. In fact, I actually did meet Viper, the man about tech, because he was one of the, if I remember right, they called him MCs of the event. And I even asked him, like, I told him the same thing I'm telling you. And he was saying, like, hey, yo, it's a great event, but like, I'll be honest, like, the networking is the more powerful thing. So if you could do more networking than, you know, sitting down and listening to presentations, that's going to be powerful. Even he told me that. So I decided to go ahead and sit in a lot of the presentations because I wanted that experience. But when I go next year, I probably will do like 75% networking, maybe 25% attending, you know, the presentations. I also got a chance to meet Roberto Blake in person. I mean, he's been a mentor from afar for, you know, a good minute now. I guess the theme of this year for me is reality, you know, online meets reality, because a lot of my online idols that influenced me in some kind of way, even if it's in a different field, I've met this year. Like, I met Sean Rakijish of Airbnb Automated, but his channel is just his name now. He's the one that kind of convinced me to give the Airbnb thing a try. I met DJ Hudi Mahatma earlier this year. Different area in terms of like him influencing me, but he was one of the people that convinced me to go vegan online. I was already a vegan at the time, but he really like added fuel to the fire. Then I met Roberto at the Vid Summit, and he's very awesome in person. I mean, he's very talkative online, but he's very talkative in person too. He just gives like a lot of game about just creative entrepreneurship in general, not just YouTube. Like, this is a business, and how do you run it, and how do you make money from it? So that was awesome. Next, we got the sales and the subs. So I got a lot of subscribers just from talking to people, and I subscribed to them back. And it wasn't necessarily a, hey, you subscribe to me, I'll subscribe to you kind of thing. Just through an organic conversation, we get to talking about our channels. What they're into is very interesting. Then they ask me what I do, I tell them, and then before we know it, we're subscribed to each other's channels. I say sales because I wasn't expecting this, because it's not like I set up a booth or anything, but I sold a lot of my book, The Anatomy of Financial Success, just by talking to people. So I wasn't expecting that, but that was refreshing. And when I say sold, I mean like literally they pulled up their phone, like found it on Amazon right in front of me and bought the audio book or the Kindle book or the paperback. So yeah, that was a little unexpected, but definitely nice. And even though I don't have any proof of this, I don't really think that I was the only one. I think that a lot of organic conversations were happening. And if you had something to offer your audience as a creative entrepreneur, a lot of people will actually, purchase your product or service. So that's pretty nice. I wasn't expecting that. Very good community focused. And last one in the pro section, I have focused and energized. So I'm someone that has never really struggled when it comes to motivation. I'm a pretty self-motivated individual. But one thing I want to give advice to people like me, if you're self-motivated, that doesn't mean that events like this don't have their place and can't play some role in your motivation. Because I can tell you right now, I've attended a few different events like this, but in different industries that I'm involved in. You attend this event and you get refocused and re-energized. So let's say your energy levels, even though you're self-motivated on a scale of like 1 to 10, it's like maybe a 6 or a 7. Every now and then you'll get to an 8, but go back to like 6, 5. And all you need is like a 5 or higher to go ahead and get off your butt and make something happen. But you'll attend something like this and it's like, boom, your energy level is like a 10. And if you've kept in contact with the people you made contact with and you ride that momentum, that energy level can stay at a 10 for like half a year. That has its place. So that's definitely a pro. So we can get into the cons now, and this will be like my critiques of the event itself. Right off the bat, I would say that, and this is more of a nitpick, it's not necessarily a con, but I'll go ahead and mention it. I think Vid Summit could benefit from having an additional day. Because like what I said about the networking, right? You always got to pick between like going to hear the speakers and networking. And you do have access to the replays. But some other conferences, they do have like these little 30-minute or hour intervals between like sessions every now and then, where it's just like nothing else is going on in any room and it's just about the networking. If Vid Summit was 4 days instead of 3, then I think that would be pretty cool, because they'll have some natural built-in networking in there while still giving all the panels and presentations. Now, I will say this in their defense, Tuesday, the first day, it's all about just registering. The lines are long. You'll be waiting in line for like literally 1 to 2 hours. And you're not just gonna stand there, at least I hope you're not. I mean, I didn't. You're gonna network, you're gonna talk to people. And once you're registered, you know, they do have food available. So like that's kind of like the whole networking portion of the event. And then the other 2 days are about the panels and the speakers if you want to attend those. So a lot of networking can happen on the first day, but I'm just saying that format that I said, a 4-day format, it could have some organic networking kind of built in there. I think it could benefit from that. And another thing I'm gonna say, like these cons, some of these cons may warrant a higher price tag, as in they need to charge more, but I personally wouldn't mind paying that. I mean, you can't complain about something and then like when they come up with a solution, it'll cost more money. You're like, oh, I don't want to do that. I wouldn't mind paying more money for the cons I'm gonna go over. But like I said, that's more of a nitpick. Next con, so they do have food options, right? And they had, the best they did was a vegetarian option. And I have it on the screen so you can see, but I think that they should have vegan options. And I know you're gonna say you're biased because I've been vegan for 11 years. It's a little deeper than that. Like, especially when it comes to events like Vid Summit, I think they have the ability to set like a tone. And one thing about online business or anything like that, you're sitting behind a computer all day a lot of times. And it's actually pretty unhealthy if you don't leave this desk, go walk around, go exercise, make sure you're eating right. And one thing that Vid Summit could do to kind of be an example of like, just make sure you keep and track your health in an indirect way, is just by making healthier options available. As it stands, that was just the only option they had. Wasn't necessarily the healthiest of options. So if they had a vegan option, I think that would go a long way. Plus, if I'm gonna be honest, more people are going plant-based. So it is gonna be on trend to a certain degree. So maybe next time and going forward, you have whatever option you have for the general public, but have a vegan option of some sort. Because you know, I had to do some Uber Eats and I had to leave and come back a few times just for me to get something to eat. Since I'm a local, that's not a big deal. But if Vid Summit was somewhere else and I had to do that, that would be just a tad bit inconvenient. But that's all the cons I have. So advice. My advice for Vid Summit, I would say a lot of people might actually be intimidated to talk to the people that have helped them out so much online. Then they see them in person. It's like, oh, like you're kind of hesitant to go over there and walk up and strike a conversation and talk to them. Like, don't be hesitant. I mean, I felt that before. I mean, when I first, met like people like Sean Rocky G's and like DJ Hootie, like these people are multimillionaires and I'm just a 6-figure earner. Like, can I really go over there and strike up a conversation? Then I reminded myself of everything I've done to get to where I am. And you know what? I'm gonna go over there and strike a conversation. You know, same with Roberto Blake. He's a higher 6-figure earner in the mid, approaching the mid 6 figures, if I remember right. I mean, just remember what you've done to get here. And let's say if you're just beginning, just use something I call the GRIP formula. G stands for gather intelligence, R stands for reduce resistance, I stands for initiate, and P stands for position. Forget the I and the P, that's not relevant here. But you go there, you gather information, you want to bring up all the things you have in common, which if you're at some conference and then you've known them a while online, you've got a lot in common, so bring that stuff up. And avoid any kind of like differences, like talking about, unless the event is about like politics or religion or something divisive. And before you know it, you felt like you've known this person for a while. In fact, you may have already known them for a while, but here they are in person. So just go up and strike up a conversation. If anything, just say, hi, you know, my name is such and such. I've watched you online. I'm grateful that I've learned a lot from you. I saw you here in person, so I wanted to just come and say hello. Handshake, and the conversation can just start from that. And when it comes to talking to your idols, make sure you have a list of people that you got to talk to at this event, because you may have to pick between them. And I am not joking. There's literally been a situation where like someone I've seen online and like actually purchased some of their material is over here, but then someone else is over here. It's like, you can't, you might not be able to talk to both of them. You got to pick one or the other, because by the time you finish with one, the other person may not be there anymore. So have a like A list of people who are like a priority to talk to. And then, you know, your B list, like, okay, I've got all my A list done. Now the rest of the event, I'm going to try and talk to my B list. And you might miss some of that B list. Be content with that, because it's just a lot of people there. Make that A list a priority. Who's on your A list? That's completely up to you. A good example for me is a priority to meet Roberto Blake. And I have other people on my list, but I need to make sure that I needed to meet Roberto in person first, and then I can get to some of these other people. So that is the biggest form of advice I would give for VidSummit. Overall, I thought it was an awesome event. Definitely gonna be coming on an annual basis, even if they do move it out of Dallas, which they already said they're not, but let's say in 2025, it moves out of Dallas for some reason. I wouldn't mind traveling for this event, but I would give this, I guess, an A+ if I was giving it a rating. Well, I'll give it an A. If they add the vegan options I mentioned, it can definitely go up to an A+. But I wanted to make this video because I think it'd be fun to do, and a lot of people that are thinking about going to VidSummit, this will give you more information on it. And kind of like my VidSummit crew that I formed when I was there, I told them I was going to make this video, so if I don't make it, they're going to call me out on it. So the video is out, so they cannot say nothing. But with that being said, that does for this video. If you have any interest in personal finance or real estate, consider subscribing so you can get a lot of awesome content on this channel. And if you have any questions about VidSummit, that's what the comment section is for. Leave it there and I'll get to it. I'll catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Okay, Lauren, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Nice. Well, I'd like to welcome you to the Sawdust Society podcast. And like we were kind of talking about a little before we got on there, how we had met initially at VidSummit. VidSummit is just such a powerful conference. I'm a first timer, so that's my first time going, and it really blew me away. But as I understand it, you've actually been multiple times, right?
No, actually, that was my first time at VidSummit, but I do go to a lot of conferences. I don't know, I think I've been like 13 this year alone.
Nice. So you've probably been to like social media marketing world, like all those kind of conferences too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the next big one I've got a few more till the end of the year. One's related to masterminds I'm a part of, so I'll be in like Austin and Tulum. But the next big marketing conference I've got is Traffic Conversions in Las Vegas, which is in January 2024.
Nice.
Yeah.
How does VidSummit stack up to those other ones? Because since you're a professional, I'll say, conferencer, how does that stack up?
I collect conference badges the way like marathoners collect medals. I mean, they're stacked. It looks like I have traveled a lot, which I have. How does VidSummit stack up compared to other marketing conferences I've been to? The uniqueness of VidSummit, it's so focused on YouTube, and especially from the creator side, that I found speakers that I've not seen at other conferences. I found perspectives that were for the individual versus the brand, which was like unparalleled learnings, because so much of these bigger conferences I go to are under the assumption that you've got a full team. And a lot of these creators do have teams, but this was also like, hey, I don't need a team. This is what I can do independently on my own, whether that be my full-time or like my professional career. And it was authentic. It was fresh. It was immediate. A lot of the conferences that I do go to have the same circuit of speakers. And like, I recognize that I am one of those speakers. But I do find myself hearing a lot of the same content, maybe updated with new numbers. But where VidSummit was so refreshing for me, it was platform specific. It was authentic people all there just to give, versus where other conferences I attend are The speakers are there to promote themselves, whether they're selling on stage or not, in a way that I couldn't really see very prevalent at Vid Summit. So I loved it. I'm 100% going back if the dates align with next year's schedule. I couldn't commit this early for something next year.
Oh yeah, they already went on and started upselling. And literally, the last like hour of this current conference for 2024, I'm like, okay, I'm not mad at them.
No. I mean, it's a really smart play because you offer those that are here the biggest advantage to commit next year. It's just I do speak. Like I can like people that hire me, they hire me either to like work with my agency, to work with me directly as a consultant, or pay me to speak. And so to commit that time slot when there's January time, I was like, oh,
it's too ambiguous. You don't know what's going to be going on that time next year.
Yeah.
But I did make a video talking about Vid Summit a few weeks ago on my Financial Anatomy channel. So I won't get into it heavily. I'll just link that video in the description for anyone who wants to see it. But one thing I did note is I actually met a Viper, the Man About Tech, at a Vid Summit, and I asked him like, so I'm having this like conflict, right? I want to sit here and listen to these speakers like on this end, but the networking is powerful on this end. Like, which one should I do? And he directly told me, hey, the speakers are awesome, great presentations, but the real power is in the networking. You can just watch the replays afterwards. I was like, okay, that's a good point. I decided to go ahead and do like 50-50 anyway, because I wanted the experience of sitting down and asking questions to these speakers and just immersing myself. But next time I go, it might be like 25-75. Like 75% I might just be hanging out in the hallways, and 25% I'll be in there with the speaker.
I mean, I fully call it LobbyCon. Like there are conferences I go to where I'm not going to listen to any speakers. Like I know it. I know what I'm going for. You can't replay the interactions. So
nicely put. Plus, I mean, I don't think I need to speak about the networking too hard because we met at Vid Summit and look at what we're doing.
Yeah, 100%. Are you kidding? Like, and I met people that were local to me. Like, I'm in Orlando. I'm not saying it's a creative desert whatsoever. But so many individuals from Orlando are not from Orlando, myself included. So I was like, oh, I can have friends that I get to see outside of flying somewhere across the world to interact with them. Amazing.
Right. I mean, you might actually bump into Isaac on the streets, right?
Oh, I can't wait. Like, he doesn't know. I have been creeping his socials and be like, where are you getting boba tea? Just like, oh, what are you doing here at boba tea? Oh, strange. Okay, now it's going to come off as like, I'm a stalker. I'm just a big fan. And it was like, so again, they like nice human interactions. And it wasn't like other conferences where people feel like, again, they're selling themselves, whether they're on stage. Don't get me wrong. There were a few of those conversations where it was like, hi, nice to meet you. Please buy my shit. Excuse my language. But like, what do you like? Oh my gosh. Like, wow. It felt like the Tinder aggressive level of dating, but for networking. And at Vid Summit, more or less, I didn't feel that aggression as I have with like other big conferences.
Right. A lot of giving energy. I think Roberto Blake is a good example of this. And there are other people doing this too. But literally for all 3 days, he was literally sitting in the hallway, just sitting somewhere where people have access to him. They bump to him like, hey, you're Roberto Blake. And, they be asking these questions about the channels and whatever. And for those of y'all that know Roberto Blake, he charges like $330 just for a 30-minute consultation. But he's sitting there just answering all these questions and basically giving consultations for free. The only difference is you don't have a computer with your channel in front of you, but then again, you can pull your channel up on your phone, and he's pretty much giving free audits. And a lot of speakers just had that giving energy. It's so refreshing.
Yeah, I met even like what? Okay, so kudos to Vid Summit. I apologize for like going so heavy into this, but what made that summit one of the best ones I've ever attended was they had an app where you got to take more from the summit than the presentation. Like it was an in-person experience. And to your like free consults, there were major video editors, there were major characters that are supporting these huge channels that made themselves available and said, let me rip your stuff apart. And like, I do that professionally. Like I destroy people's egos. And I'm like, let me tell you all the reasons why this is a terrible offer and you're set up to fail. And like I met with a lawyer for creators, and it was just this so much giving of how can we collaborate versus like how can we do business together. And I think that was just the authenticity of, these are not, I mean, yes, there are some brands, but these are like actual humans, actual creators still doing the day-to-day. And gosh, now I'm getting FOMO. I miss it already.
Right. Well, hopefully those dates will be available next year for you to attend.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Today is the day. Yes, y'all really enjoy the comparison video between Chime and Cash App. So we're going to keep it going, but we're not going to be comparing just Varo and Cash App in general. We're going to be comparing a feature that they both offer that's very similar, but they do have some pretty distinct differences. That being Cash App Borrow versus Varo Advanced. So let's get into it. What's up, everyone? My name is Elijah, and let me welcome you to a video produced by Financial Anatomy. This is a place where you'll learn how to take control of your financial destiny, and we talk about apps that involve money on this channel. You probably heard of Cash App Borrow, but a good while back, Varo jumped in the ring with their Varo Advanced. But what are the differences between the two, and exactly which one is better? To determine this, we're going to be comparing them in 3 categories. Those categories being accessibility, how easy is it to get your hands on this feature, the amount of money that you can actually borrow from these banks, and my favorite comparison, which is going to be the fees, because they're not just going to let you borrow money for free. They want a little something. I do want to give a distinct debt disclaimer. I don't recommend that anyone get into debt if they can help it. There's always plenty of ways to make money nowadays that you may be able to leverage to avoid any kind of debt in general. So I do have to mention my other channel, the Side Hustler Society, that covers several ways of how to make money, both using the gig economy like Uber, Lyft, that kind of thing, and also learning a new trader skill and freelancing to make money that way. I have to mention that because that's the way I keep my conscience clean. I don't recommend you get into debt if you can help it. But with that being said, it's a feature that can be leveraged, so let's go ahead and get into these two, starting with the accessibility. So for this, we got to ask the question, how do you get access to this feature on both sides? And Varo actually offers a pretty straightforward response. Let's just read it right now. So this is taken from the Varo website, which is going to be linked in the description. In order to qualify for Varo Advanced, you have to have a Varo bank account, which is pretty obvious, but you'll need at least $800 in total qualifying deposits to either your Varo bank account or savings account, or both combined, either this calendar month or the last. This is checked daily, so if you qualify at some point, then it will appear on the home screen and then you can apply for it in advance. That's pretty straightforward, right? Now, how about qualifying or getting access to Cash App Borrow? And this is where things get fuzzy because there is no distinct way to determine how one qualifies for Cash App Borrow. The closest thing I can give you is that you do need to have a verified account. That'll give you a higher chance of qualifying for it. And if you're using Cash App pretty consistently, you might get it. But the thing is, everything I mentioned is just speculation. There's no official resource from Cash App themselves telling you how to qualify for Cash App Borrow. They're just gonna drop it in your inventory one day and it'll just be on the screen that you can use. But you don't know how you qualify for it or really anything. There are several people that have Cash App Borrow and other people that don't. And there's no like singular commonality among them except for the fact that they all have Cash App. So this is future me after editing this video. I did want to bring up that some people are going to say that you can get Cash App Borrow just by messaging support and telling them to give it to you. This is at mixed results. Some people have said that support is just giving it to them. Some people have said that support doesn't give it to them. They say it's not available yet for them. And some people have got the feature, but when they try and use it, it says they're not eligible. So while you may get results using this method, if it's not going to work for everyone, we can't include it in terms of accessibility. However, you're more than welcome to reach out to support and explain that you want the Cash App Borrow feature. See what happens. If you want to do that, check this video out that goes over how to contact Cash App support. Now, back to the video. Now, based on everything that I've covered so far, you would assume that Veraro is going to take the point in this accessibility section, but we have one more thing to consider. When you apply for Cash App Borrow or Veraro Advance, what is the process? And Cash App actually has an edge over Veraro because Veraro will run your credit, but the way they inquiry, it won't affect your credit score, so don't worry about that. But they do take it into consideration. Meanwhile, Cash App actually doesn't. They don't run your credit. And for you conspiracy theorists to say, well, how do you know if they're running your credit if you don't know how you qualify? Look, a company can't just run your credit without your permission. That's literally illegal. So your credit score isn't taken into consideration at all when getting Cash App Borrow. That could be something that would disqualify certain people from using this feature. That's actually a pretty big deal. So those that, let's say they're working on their credit, it's been bad, they could get Cash App Borrow and start using it, versus Veraro, that could be a disqualifying factor. So to be honest, we gotta give a point to Cash App for that alone because that's a big deal. So they both get a point for accessibility. Let's move on to the next section, which is the amount of money you can qualify for with these features. So once again, I'm looking at the Veraro website, how to qualify and work your way up to $500 total. So the first amount of money that you qualify for is $100, but they have opportunities to qualify for more money, up to $500 at the time of the recording of this video. Who knows, maybe it'll go up in the future. But they say to get started, move your paycheck over to Veraro and continue to bank, borrow, and make payments on time to work your way up to $500 over time. Unlock higher amounts with larger deposits, direct deposits. Add $800 in qualifying deposits to get your first buy. So they don't make it known exactly how many more deposits you need in your account in order to work your way up to the 500. But I can say from personal use that once I did use it, borrowed 100 and then paid back the $100, my new limit was $200. But keep in mind that Veraro is the account that's linked for me to my short-term rental business where I get money from Airbnb. So there's a lot of money being deposited in that account. So I think that has a lot to do with why my credit limit is going up and up so fast, because those direct deposits are depositing. It looks like really every time you have another $800 in a deposit, that counts as another $100 to raise your credit limit should you use Veraro Advance. So with that being the case, it's pretty much got to be your main bank account of receiving deposits of whatever you do for it to really be a source of raising that limit to 500, or just higher than like 100. So let's move on to Cash App. And once again, I don't have anything for y'all because Cash App Borrow is so ambiguous. I mean, I have seen a $25 increase in all my time of using Cash App Borrow because I've been doing a lot of testing for this. And that's literally it. It has never increased from there, like, at all. I started out getting 100, but I've interviewed a lot of people and they've told me like some of them started out at 200. Some of them, it jumped to 300. Some of them started at 300. Some of them started at 100 like me, and it hasn't gone up or down since. And there's no variables to analyze because, once again, Cash App doesn't let you know how you can get it or how you can raise that limit. It's just, boom, it happens one day. Completely ambiguous. So since Veraro actually tells you how to qualify for a bigger advance, obviously they're going to get the point in this category. So it's 2-1. 2 for Veraro, 1 for Cash App. So Veraro is currently in the lead. We only have a third category, which is fees, which is the biggest thing in my opinion. So let's get into it. So as you can see on the screen, this is the fees that you can look at on the website of Veraro based on how much you're borrowing. And I'm speechless for a reason. I'm just gonna let you look at this. When we're comparing Cash App and Veraro, we're gonna be just doing the $100. Since both of them, if you get it, you start off with $100. So for Veraro, you will pay $8 back. That's assuming you pay everything on time. Obviously, that amount only continues to go up if you qualify for more and borrow more. So if you borrow $500, you're looking at a $40 fee. I mean, this is borderline payday loan territory. Let's move on to Cash App Borrow. So as you saw on the screen, Cash App Borrow is just cheaper in terms of how much money you will be paying back. And it doesn't matter if it was like only 20 cents cheaper. If you use these features a lot, that stuff really will start to add up. So I think the obvious point goes to Cash App Borrow. The advance is just more expensive. That's what it comes down to. If you've been keeping score, it looks like we have ourselves a tie. They both got a point in accessibility due to having value in different ways. Varo gets the point when it comes to the amount of money that you can borrow, because there's a distinct path that you can do to increase it. They both start off at 100, but we have no idea how to increase Cash App Borrow. One day it just might increase by the roll of the dice. That's why Varo got that point. And Cash App takes the point in fees because overall you'll pay less money using that feature. So with them being tied, I personally recommend the Cash App Borrow more, simply because it's cheaper. But like I said, I really recommend y'all don't get in debt in the first place if you can avoid it. But the thing with Cash App Borrow is there's no clear way to get it if you don't have it. You have something to shoot for with Varo Advance. So let me know in the comments, based on the information you have in this video, which one would you prefer if you're going to use one of these features offered by these banks? And if you have been using both or even just one, let us know your experience. I think this is going to be real interesting because I can see people having an argument for both. I mean, literally, we just did this video and they both tied. But that does it for this video. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to check out the playlist that we have on Cash App and Varo for tutorials on how the banks operate and how to do certain things. Catch you in the next video. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new and give this video a thumbs up if you found value in it. And if this video does well, we'll take a look at doing more comparison videos between banks and various features. See you next time. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Cash App versus Venmo. That's right, it's finally here. The two apps that have been the most popular on this channel and that y'all seem to like the most are about to have a face-off. Which one's better? Both have the ability to send money, to link a debit card, to link your bank account, to serve as a bank account, to transfer money to various accounts, to deposit a check or cash, and to buy investments. But which one is going to come out on top? Well, let's find out. Hello everyone, this is Elijah with Financial Anatomy, and let me welcome you to another video where we're going to help you take control of your financial destiny. I'm your host Elijah, and we're going to be covering Cash App and Venmo and determining which one is actually better. I personally made several videos on both Cash App and Venmo, so rather than sitting here telling you exactly what both apps have, which I just kind of did a few seconds ago, we're actually going to go over some distinct differences that separates the app from the other one and maybe helps it come out on top in this showdown or battle. Just like in my Cash App versus Chime video, we're going to be given 3 categories that these apps are going to be competing in. But since they are very similar, and they're both kind of like the online banking apps that you use to send money, and a lot of times they use the secondary bank accounts, not main ones, we're not going to be using the same categories. We're going to be using the categories of account flexibility, the debit card that both these apps offer that's attached to their accounts, and the features that the apps offer. So with that being said, let's hop into the account flexibility. So starting off with the Venmo side, one thing that's very big is that you can actually link multiple bank accounts and multiple debit cards to your Venmo account. I think that's a big deal because remember how I said Venmo and Cash App work best as secondary accounts? Well, if you can link multiple accounts to your secondary account, it just becomes more useful as a secondary account. Even if it's going to be your main account, just the ability to link more is better. Meanwhile, Cash App only has the ability to link one bank account, one debit card, and one credit card, even though you can't really do anything with a credit card, but you could still link it. So Venmo clearly has the advantage there. Venmo also has the convenient ability to actually split up a payment among friends or family or people that are on the app. So if you're paying for a bill, but you want other people to pitch in, whether that be a utility bill or you're taking your friends out to eat and everyone needs to pay their fair share, you can actually arrange that on Venmo. You just have to have them added as a contact and have their Venmo information, and you can literally split up the payments so that everyone is charged a percentage of that transaction. Mad convenient. Cash App doesn't have that. But with that being said, Cash App doesn't completely lose in this category either. Cash App does have a overall cheaper instant transfer fee because both apps charge to do an instant transfer when transferring money from your Cash App to your debit card that you have linked. But in Venmo's case, it's always going to be a 1.75 transfer fee versus Cash App's fee has a maximum of 1.75, but it actually can range. And both of them have a minimum of 25 cents that you would be paying for that instant transfer. So that might be a plus for some people. The next thing I want to mention isn't necessarily a plus for Cash App. It's just a big minus for Venmo. But Venmo, for various reasons, will just lock you out of your account. And then you got to go through this process of getting it unlocked. And this has personally happened to me, which I was very annoyed by. Since they don't go into details as far as why they lock you out of your account, I personally see that as a big con. So this works out in Cash App's favor in terms of giving it a plus. While this is a hard choice, I'm ultimately going to give the account flexibility to Cash App. And that might be a little controversial, but since I've personally been impacted by this security freeze and it took like 10 days for them to give me back access to certain features, including being able to transfer money to and from the account. So there's money trapped in the Venmo account for 10 days. It was just sitting there that I couldn't get access to. That's a problem. So even though everything I said in the plus section of this category is useful for Venmo, as far as linking various ways of paying, as well as being able to split up a payment, I just need confidence that something like that is going to happen. And that's never happened to Cash App. So Cash App gets the point for me. Next, we're going to talk about the debit card that both apps offer. So right off the bat, they both offer their version of cashback or boost. Cash App calls them boost versus on Venmo, it's more or less called, cashback. Both of them are relatively similar, so there's not really much difference to talk about. I think I saw more discounts on Cash App versus Venmo has more cashback opportunities. But ultimately, this is something that's always going to vary because the boost and the cashback offers are always alternating. But one thing Venmo does have in its favor is Venmo does offer a credit card. Now we are talking about debit card, but the fact that they do offer a credit card is worth mentioning, and they're going to get some credit for that in this section. And similar to what happened in our last section with Cash App kind of getting more credit because Venmo screwed up in a way, we're going to flip that scenario, and Venmo is going to get more or less a plus because Cash App is getting a minus here because Cash App's debit card in the system of card processors is a prepaid debit card. Now, why is that relevant? Certain processors don't accept prepaid debit cards. They'll tell you you need to pay using another card because they don't accept it. So that's actually a great example of how that will limit your abilities with the Cash App debit card. Versus the Venmo debit card, it doesn't have any such limitation. So you can use it with full confidence that transactions will go through as long as you have the money inside the account, and assuming that Venmo hasn't frozen your account like they did mine. But that's just me being bitter. You can take that out the equation if you want. So with that being said, Cash App doesn't really have an edge anywhere in this category. Everything has been in Venmo's favor. So I can honestly say that Venmo has the better debit card. So the point goes to Venmo when it comes to the cards. Lastly, we're talking about the overall features on the app. Like I said before, we're not going to be covering everything that they both have because I've made several videos on both apps explaining what they have and how to do what. So if you have an interest in that, you can check those playlists out. But when it comes to features, I can honestly say that Cash App has Venmo beat in a pretty large way. Starting out, both apps have the ability to buy investments or crypto, but Cash App has the ability to buy stocks and Bitcoin. So since they have a whole nother investment category that you can buy, that's definitely a plus. Another additional feature is you can actually send your friends and family stocks. So if you own stock in AT&T, you could send that stock to someone. That's a pretty cool creative feature. In addition to this, Cash App actually does have a savings account feature that pays a pretty interesting interest rate that you can see on the screen right now, which is on par with many banks that pay high interest rate like Ally and Veraro. So that's pretty commendable. Now combine everything I just said and you can link this to your Cash App debit card in the form of roundups. So you can make arrangements so when you spend money, your transaction will automatically be rounded up, and the difference can be deposited in either Bitcoin, in a stock of your choice, or in your savings account, which is a cool feature. When we compare that to Venmo in terms of features, the only thing Venmo has on top of Cash App is you can buy different forms of cryptocurrency. Obviously they have Bitcoin, but they also have Ethereum, Litecoin, etc. Now, I'm only naming those three because I think Venmo probably will add more in the future, but does that offset everything I just said? Honestly not. So when it comes to features, I'm gonna give it to Cash App. Subjectively, which app is better? Obviously it depends on what you value the most. Some of y'all that value the pros of Venmo and dislike the cons of Cash App may prefer Venmo. And just reverse that equation and you may prefer Cash App. For me, based on the video, you know what I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna say Cash App. That might be a hot take. Wait, that's not supposed to be there. That might be a hot take, but the thing is, I like to drill into the details of how you're gonna use these accounts, not anything that's cosmetic. These are very functional reasons why I'm picking Cash App, because I do use both apps on a regular basis. Even though it's not my main bank account, obviously I have to be using these if I'm gonna be making videos on them, as y'all have seen. And since I've been using them for quite some time, I can honestly say that Cash App is the better app or bank, in my opinion, based on these categories, which are very functional in nature. But that does it for this video. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. And if you want to see how to do certain things with both of these apps, I have a Venmo playlist and a Cash App playlist that has various tutorials on how to do a lot of things. So be sure to check those out. Like this video if you found value in it. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new, and I will catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Clicked on this video, then you're probably wondering exactly what is the Chime Credit Builder card? Is it worth your time, and what uses does it have for you? Well, in this video, we're going to answer just that, as well as giving the pros and cons to this credit card and exactly who is it meant for. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Hello, my name is Elijah from Financial Anatomy, and this is a place where you'll learn how to take control of your financial destiny. We cover personal finance on this channel and apps that involve money in some form, and we're talking about the Chime Credit Builder on this particular video. For the past few years, there's been a rise of cards that are kind of what I like to call hybrid credit cards. They're not really credit cards in the truest sense, in my opinion, but they can still affect your credit score for the positive while kind of getting away from some of the negative things that's associated with credit cards. Ultimately, I do think that's a good thing, and that's what I would classify the Chime Credit Builder card as. If you're curious exactly what is my history in regards to this card, this was technically the first credit card that I got to help establish credit for me. From there, I use it as a launching point to get better types of credit cards to obviously build my credit up in. From there, I was able to establish enough history to get better credit cards with to further develop my credit score. So I will say this card does hold a special place in my heart, but it does have some pros and cons that we're going to get into right now. But before we do, we need to cover exactly how does this credit card work. So the way it works is that you can transfer money from your Chime banking account, which you do need a Chime account in order to have access to this credit card builder and apply for it. But assuming you have access to it, you can apply for it, and as long as you have a Chime bank account, you'll be approved. From there, any money you transfer from the Chime normal bank account to your credit builder can be accessed using your Chime credit builder card that they're going to email you. Anytime you spend money on there, that will be reported as a transaction to the 3 credit bureaus, which is great. Another thing in regards to the Chime Credit Builder is to apply, you do need a minimum of $200 set up as a direct deposit. Now, it's important to note that you don't have to keep doing this. It's not like every single month they need to see a $200 deposit. because that's not what I did. One of my sources of income at that time was I was playing around with Uber and Uber Eats. So I had the money that was coming in from there set up to be deposited into my Chime account. Once it hit over 200, I applied for the card, I got it, but then I stopped driving Uber and Lyft literally shortly after. From there, I kept the credit card, so you don't have to keep the direct deposit coming in. You just have to have it initially to set it up. With that being said, let's get back to the video. The way Chime does this is they've technically set aside money once you spend the money in the account, and then it's reported to the bureaus at a later date in the month. That way you don't ever quote unquote miss a payment, which is kind of cool. Now you can alter the settings to make that not the case, but that's kind of missing the point. You don't want to mess with that. We want to keep it simple so that you just use the card and it can kind of be treated as a debit card that's reporting to the credit bureaus, which is pretty awesome. With that being said, let's get into the pros. So one of the biggest pros, in my opinion, is there's no annual fee. So that means that you can keep this card technically forever and you're not going to be charged anything just for having the card, unlike certain other credit cards out there that do charge an annual fee. On top of this, there's also no credit check. So if you have very, very bad credit, or if you have no credit and you're really trying to clean that up or get started, this would be a great starter card because your credit isn't going to disqualify you from getting it. Another interesting pro is this is a secured credit card without being a secured credit card, if that makes any sense. So the downside of a secured credit card is you obviously have to give the credit card company a security deposit, and you wouldn't get that back until you close your account or until you potentially graduate to an unsecured card. In this situation, you're in full control of the secured credit card. So the amount of money you transfer to your credit card is essentially the amount of money you can spend using the credit card. And at any point, you can transfer that money back to your normal Chime banking account and have access to it. That's why I say it's a secure card without kind of like the negatives of being a secure card, which is why this is in the pro section. On top of this, it has no APR and it's very easy to apply and get approved for. So all that is great, especially if you're starting out like I was initially a few years ago when it comes to building credit or cleaning up your credit. But everything has two sides to it, so it does have some cons that we're going to go over quickly. So a big con is based on the hybrid credit card nature that I kind of described, it does not affect your credit utilization rate. That could be a problem if you're trying to establish credit because a big part of your credit score is your credit utilization rate. For those of y'all that don't know, that's the total amount of credit that you have available to you. So if you have a credit card with a credit limit of $300 and that's all the credit cards that you have, that will determine what your credit utilization rate is based on your balance. So if you had a $100 balance on a credit card that has a $300 limit, your utilization rate would be 33%. Since this credit card doesn't have the ability for you to give them a security deposit, and since it's not unsecured, it just doesn't affect your utilization rate at all. And that could be a problem if you're trying to establish credit because you really want to have a credit utilization rate to go ahead and get the ball rolling and qualify for certain things later on. So that's the big con. Now, when it comes to cons, I do also have to mention that there's no option to upgrade to an unsecured credit card. So when it comes to the credit card hierarchy and how favorable they're looked at in terms of your credit score is you have the secured credit card, which is the lowest. Then you have unsecured, then you have a charge card. You don't have the option to upgrade to an unsecured credit card in this situation versus other credit cards after 6 months to a year, assuming you're paying on time and everything is going smooth, they will let you upgrade from secured to unsecured and give you your security deposit back. That's not a factor here, so that could be a con. In addition to this, there's no kinds of rewards program on the Chime Credit Builder, as in cashback or nothing like that when you use it to spend. So that can be perceived as a con because other credit cards, both secured and unsecured, do have reward programs often. So now we've gone over the pros and the cons. Do I recommend the Chime Builder credit card? Yes, I do. specifically if you don't have a credit score, as in like, let's say you're in your early 20s and you haven't done anything to develop a credit score, so you just don't have one. This is a great card to start out with. Or if you have bad credit and you need to start, rebalancing the scales to get more positive payment history, but you wouldn't qualify for other cards, go ahead and get this card because it can really help get the ball rolling. Then later you could qualify for some of those better cards. Aside from that, if you already have good credit or even decent credit, this card won't have much use for you. It could just be another credit account that would be counted on your credit score. So it could help increase the amount of accounts that are on your credit score, which does impact your credit score for the better. But that doesn't have that much value in most cases. So it's really meant for people with bad credit or people who are trying to establish credit, which is great. But that does it for this video. If you have any other questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. And don't forget to check out my Chime playlist where I cover the Chime banking app and the various features that it has to offer. That playlist will be linked in the description and also the pinned comment. Don't forget to give this video a like for the YouTube algorithm. Greatly helps me out. Much appreciated. Subscribe if you're new, and I will catch you in the next video. This has been Elijah of Financial Anatomy. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. Yes, the title of this video is not clickbait. I've made over $800 using this Discover card in a very simple way. And I want to explain to you how I did it, so hopefully you can duplicate the process, because as far as I'm concerned, this is just free money. So let's get into it. Greetings everyone, this is Elijah from Financial Anatomy, and this is the place where you'll learn how to take control of your financial destiny. On this channel, we talk about apps that involve money and personal finance, and we're going to be covering exactly how I was able to make exactly $850.78 using what's seen here, which is the Discovery credit card. Now, before we get into it, full disclaimer, I don't recommend that anyone gets into debt because there are just better options to raise money nowadays. That's why, for my own conscience, I have to mention I have a second channel called the Side Hustler Society, where I cover various ways on how to make money via side hustles. That's my disclaimer, so I can feel good about making this video. But at the end of the day, a lot of credit cards can offer great cashback opportunities if you know how to use them. And you can actually get this for free because, contrary to popular belief, you can make money via cashback with credit cards without actually paying any interest and without your credit score suffering. But you got to be very methodical on how to do it. So that's what we're going to be discussing in this video. And we will be talking specifically about the Discovery card. But technically, this could apply to any credit card that offers cashback, but there are some variables that you need to consider within individual ones. So right off the bat, we got to cover how does the cashback system work on Discover. So first off, you do actually have to qualify for a Discovery card and be approved, and then they send it to you. As far as qualifying goes, I'll be covering how to qualify for that in a separate video where I'll just review the overall credit card. So if that's something you're interested in, you might want to consider subscribing. That way you'll be notified when that video drops. But going into it, first you got to actually know that you have to turn the benefits on. Yeah, weird, right? So if you just start spending money on this card, you're not going to automatically get cash back. You need to go to the rewards section on the phone or on the website and actually choose Use My Benefits, and that will have the option to turn cash back on. You can also see from the screenshot that half of the money that was made via cashback was Discovery matching me. So the way it works is Discover will match all your cashback that was given to you your first year of using it. So that adds up to a pretty nice sum if you've been using the card. The way it works is you'll get 1% cashback of each purchase on everything, and certain things throughout the quarter can actually qualify to get 5% cashback. What are those certain things? It actually alternates, so I can't say for certain what it's going to be in any given quarter. Example, you see what it is on the screen for this quarter, but you see it says coming soon for the future quarter. So that's just going to alternate, but it's worth keeping an eye on so you know exactly what will be getting 5% cash back. But truth be told, I didn't really keep an eye on it. I just used the method that I'm about to tell you about. Speaking of which, so how exactly was I able to get that much cash back? Well, first, I actually used this card for my short-term rental business. where I rent properties on Airbnb, Vrbo, and I do some direct booking. The reason I did that is because there are large sums of money being moved in and out that account based on the expenses of setting up that business and expanding that business. For example, in order to furnish a full studio apartment, including the bed frame, mattress, TV stand, couch, the amenities, etc., it usually costs between $4,000 to $5,000. I managed to get the cost closer to the $4,000 mark, but that's around how much it costs. Now, if I'm using this to make big purchases like that, you can imagine how it's going to add up over time. I also use this card for things that need to be replaced inside the unit that guests end up damaging over time. A good example is if a pillow is stained because guests spill something on the pillow, I'll need to replace that pillow for the next guest, obviously, and I buy everything on Amazon. The interesting thing about this is Airbnb's insurance will actually pay you for any damages done by guests, so you're getting that money back, but you still spent it on the Discovery credit card, so you still get the cash back, even though technically you didn't spend money since you're getting it back, which is pretty cool. I also use it for gas, and gas is one of those things that every now and then does come into play when it comes to getting 5% cash back. I didn't mention this before, but cash back does max out at $75 per quarter, and once you earn it, you can redeem it at any time. They have a few ways that you can redeem it in the form of gift cards, applying that money to pay down your credit if you have a balance, or they'll just deposit the money into the bank account that you have linked to your Discover account. I think we all know which one that we're interested in, or me personally, I'll just take the cash. Now, about halfway through last year, since I was using the card on a fairly regular basis, purchasing what I just told you I was buying, Discover actually raised my credit limit from $6,000 to $8,000, which gave even more room to use this card. So now that we've gone over how I did it and how the cashback system works, let me tell you my credit setup. So the way I have it set up, I have a bank account linked to Discover, and it usually takes about 1 business day for a payment to go through once you've initiated it. So anytime I buy anything using the Discover card, I always transfer that amount into the bank account, which in this case would be Chime, that's linked to my Discover account. And as soon as whatever I pay for using the Discover card clears in terms of transactions, I automatically initiate a payment to my Discover account to pay off that balance. That way it doesn't necessarily build up, so it won't ding your credit score, and obviously you won't have to pay interest on it, because if you pay it off before the end of the statement period, which will vary from credit card to credit card, then you don't have to pay any interest at all. That's my personal rule for this, because the reason these credit cards give you like cashback and incentives, they want you to use the card, and they're counting on the fact that you're gonna basically screw up and end up having to pay interest in some form. And apparently that business model works because several people do it per year, and this industry is still around. I don't want y'all to be victims of that. I want y'all to be like me and just reap the benefits of just getting the cash back. So that's why I follow that rule of immediately paying something off the moment the balance is posted on the credit card. That also means I don't spend money I don't have. So anytime I authorize a purchase, the money is already in the bank account, and when I make a payment on the Discovery card, then I just move the money from one bank account to the bank account that's linked and make the payment. That's very important. Some things to note specifically about the Discover card is on the 6th, I was about to make it 5, on the 6th of every month, that's when the statement period ends. So you want to be aware of that in case you're making a payment around that time. Maybe just avoid using the card on, I'll say like the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, because those days are so close to the statement period. A payment may post and you may make a payment, but it may not, register yet, because it'll take at least 1 to 2 business days. And then technically you'll run the risk of having a balance after the payment statement has ended, and then you'll have to make that payment plus interest, and we don't want that. So that's something to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is they report to the credit bureaus on the 12th of every month. So for the same reasons, maybe you might want to avoid making a purchase specifically around the 12th, because then it'll get reported to the credit bureaus. Now that might necessarily not be a bad thing, as long as your credit utilization isn't over 30%, because 30% and under is considered the safe zone in terms of it not negatively affecting your credit utilization. But it's something you just want to know because it can affect your credit score, and if you're about to make a purchase, you want to have all the information that can affect it going into that. So to be safe, you can say maybe don't make any payments on the 11th or the 12th, or maybe even the 10th if the weekend is involved for these reasons. And with that being said, that's how I was able to make over $800 in cash back using the Discovery card pretty much for free. Now, if you're actually curious in regards to what are the expenses running an Airbnb or short-term rental business, or just any questions about it in general, I'm actually doing a live stream on that on my other channel, the Side Hustler Society, for our Financial Freedom Friday live stream. That'll be linked in the description in case you want to check that out. And I also have a full playlist on Airbnb on that channel, so you can actually see some important things to know about running a short-term rental business. But minus that, how can you apply this? Well, we have things that we're automatically paying for on a regular basis. This includes bills like groceries, mortgage, rent, etc. I would actually use the Discovery card to pay for some of these expenses, but make sure that there's no credit card charge associated with anything, because if it is, I wouldn't use the Discovery card for that, because we're trying to make money, and if you're paying a credit card charge, you may end up breaking even. I mean, who wants to even get involved in that? Just buy things where there's not going to be a credit card charge. Some examples of this is groceries, any subscriptions you have, potentially gas, as long as you go to the right stations that's not charging some crazy credit card fee. That would actually require some research on your behalf. Pretty much anything you get on Amazon and anything you get online in general. Once again, be wary of any kind of credit card fee to make sure you're not getting charged that. And if you are going to get charged that, just pay for whatever you're getting some other way. But in a nutshell, that's how you can maximize the cashback system associated with Discover. But that does it for this video. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new, and give this video a thumbs up if you found value in it. Once again, I don't recommend getting into any kind of debt, so please follow the rules or structure I kind of outlined in this video so you can avoid paying any kind of interest, and you can avoid it dinging your credit score, even if it is temporarily, based on the knowledge of when they report to the credit bureaus and when their statement period ends. Now, whether we realize it or not, credit plays a role in our ability to function in society, because that credit score is important to be building over time passively. So if you're trying to actually build new credit, you want to check the video out that's on the screen, because it's the easiest way that I've found to build credit, since they report to the credit bureaus for this card, and they have built-in safety measures to make sure that you're not missing payments. I'll catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. I've been using the Open Sky credit card for a little over 3 years now, and I'm going to answer the question, exactly, is it worth it in this year where we find ourselves in today, when the market is flooded full of various credit cards, from secured to unsecured to what I like to call hybrid credit cards, where they report to the credit bureaus, but they don't offer the benefits of the other credit cards. Well, let's go ahead and get into it. Hello, my name is Elijah with Financial Anatomy, and welcome to the place where you'll learn how to take control of your financial destiny. We cover apps that involve money on this channel, and we also cover personal finance. And in this video, we're going to be talking about the Open Sky secured credit card. This is not to be confused with the Open Sky unsecured credit card, which is a more new feature. We'll be tackling that in another video, because there are certain things that are just very different dynamic-wise with that credit card. It's important to know that there are actually two Open Sky secured cards. There's the Open Sky secured Visa credit card, then there's the Open Sky secured Plus Visa credit card. You'll automatically get upgraded to the Open Sky Plus, assuming 6 months to a year you haven't actually missed a payment or paid late or anything like that. If you haven't done any of those things, you'll likely automatically be upgraded. So for the duration of this review, and like the title suggests, we're going to be talking about the Open Sky Plus. The differences between the cards on the screen, the main one being is that the secured card that's not the Plus just has an annual fee of $35. But if you're making your payments on time and you're not paying late, you would be upgraded to the Open Sky Plus, before you even pay an annual fee. That's how it was for me. Another thing to note is the interest that you pay actually increases with the Plus, which is probably to offset what they did as far as no annual fee, but it doesn't really affect you if you're paying on time. So I want to make that distinction so that you know that going forward. Let's get back to the review. Swinging back to the secured credit card though, OpenSky is very known for being a beginner-friendly credit card. That means that regardless of where you stand credit-wise, whether you're trying to establish credit for the first time or you have bad credit, you have a high chance to get approved for the credit card since it is a secured credit card and they don't check your credit report. Obviously, this is great for if you're starting out or if you have bad credit, or obviously if you have good credit too, because it could just be another credit card that you can add to your list should you desire. Now, I do need to throw a disclaimer out there that I don't support getting in debt in any fashion, but a credit score is necessary to, in most cases, progress through society. So I always teach that you should be using these credit cards just to establish your credit history and not paying any interest by paying the credit card off before the end of the month. If you need help raising your income to deal with upcoming problems, I highly recommend you check out my other channel, The Side Hustler Society, where we cover ways that you can make additional money. That's what I need to say to keep my conscience clear to even be talking about this. With that being said, let's get into the pros and cons of this credit card, starting with the pros. So the first pro that I have is it's a real credit card. You might be wondering, Elijah, what are you talking about? The market is kind of flooded with, I like to call them these hybrid credit cards, like the Veral credit card or the Chime credit builder card. And these cards report to the credit bureaus, which help you to establish credit history. That's cool, but they don't really give you the full range of a credit card because they don't have the ability to affect your credit utilization. Credit utilization makes up around 30% of your credit score. So if that's not going to be affected by a credit card, that's a huge thing to take into consideration if you're even going to use it. Well, that's where this being a real credit card comes into play, because it is going to affect your credit utilization, because your credit limit is going to be determined by how much money you're putting down on your OpenSky credit card. To give a tangible example of this, OpenSky tends to require a minimum security deposit of $300. Of course, if you have the money to put down, you can actually add additional money on top of that $300, and that will determine your credit limit. So going with this example, we're gonna say that you put down $500, which will give you a credit limit of $500. You always want to keep your credit utilization ratio under 30% if you can help it, because anything above that starts to affect your credit score in a negative way. So in this case, that would be $150. If you can get it under 10%, that's even better, which means that it would be $50. As long as you handle it that way, this credit card could be a net benefit when it comes to establishing your credit. The next pro that we have is it's a pretty easy approval rating since they're not looking at your credit score. The security deposit they take kind of takes the place of them running your credit score to see if you qualify for the card. That means that you have a very, very good chance of being accepted, provided you have the money, at least $300, to put down as a security deposit. And while I can't guarantee this, I will go ahead and mention, since it is a potential pro, but if you've been with them for a few months, they may actually increase your credit limit just off of good faith without you needing to put down additional money. Good example is myself. I initially put down a $200 security deposit, which 3 years ago when I did it, the minimum was $200, so that's why it's lower than what you see. But when they did increase it to $300, they just decided to increase my credit limit to $300. So I technically still have a $200 security deposit, but I have a credit limit of $300. There's a chance that could happen in the future, but I do want to put that in asterisk since there's no guarantee that's going to happen. My apologies for having to use the mobile app, because I actually tried to access this page on the computer, but it doesn't work. But this is a new feature that OpenSky has recently rolled out called OpenSky Rewards, where they do actually offer cashback. You can see on the screen that they offer various cashback at different places, ranging from 1% to 10%. And this is something they've been kind of marketing lately, so this ultimately will go down as a pro. It's kind of like the cashback I see with certain debit cards, so yeah, this is pretty cool. And the last thing we have on the pros list, and it's actually a pretty good pro, pretty big pro rather, no annual fee. So there's a number of credit cards that do require an annual fee of something in order for you to keep your account open for that credit card. This isn't one of them. In fact, when it comes to beginner cards or cards that people will qualify for if they have bad credit, usually they require some ridiculous annual fee to kind of, scoop you in and kind of treat you like you don't have a choice but to go with them. And that's not the case. you can go with this card. And like I said, there's no annual fee. So there's no real downside of just keeping the card. It's just something that could continue to be a benefit to your credit history, since the longer an account is opening, the more it can benefit your credit score in the long run. With that being said, it does have its share of cons, so we're going to go ahead and get into it. So the first con is you can't upgrade to an unsecured card. So there are other credit cards where once you've been with them for about 6 months to a year, then you have the option to upgrade to an unsecured credit card, which means they'll give you your security deposit back and it'll be an unsecured card. That option isn't really here. Now, some people might be wondering, well, don't they offer an unsecured credit card? Isn't that their version of upgrading? And that's not really an upgrade, because I've actually called OpenSky and discussed this with them. And that's a separate card and a separate account altogether, which means you could technically have an unsecured card with OpenSky and their unsecured credit card. If it's a separate account, that doesn't count as an upgrade, because it may bring down your median credit history, and that has its own separate account. So that's not really an upgrade. It's like getting another credit card. That's why I'm not even discussing the pros and cons of that in this video. It deserves its own video later because it's its own credit card. Another con is it costs money to get started, obviously. I mean, an unsecured credit card at another place won't cost any money. They'll run your credit score and you qualified and you get the card. Yeah, it's not going to be a factor here because it's a secure credit card, which is ultimately a negative because you could put that money in somewhere else that could be benefiting you, like the stock market or something. Another con is obviously the fees. Now, I don't want to make OpenSky seem like they're overly outrageous with their fees. They could charge $2, and I'm still going to outline it as a con because that's money they could have went somewhere else. With that being said, the fees are on the screen and they are on the higher side given the fact that this is a beginner card. But like I said, it's not really that much worse than a lot of other credit cards in my opinion. The important thing here is you could just X this section out by just paying your balance off every month, which I highly recommend doing. Like once you don't pay your balance off, that's when you get into these fees and the interest, and I never recommend any cash advance, obviously. So if you stay clear of that, you can just X this con out entirely. Of course, that's true with all credit cards. This is no exception. And the last con is there's no sign-on bonus or cashback. So oftentimes, a lot of credit cards, once you qualify for them, the more higher tier credit cards will offer you a sign-on bonus just to get their card and spend a certain amount, and then you get a sign-on bonus of $200, $300. It really varies. That's not really a thing here. Same goes for cashback. So some of y'all may have actually seen my video where I shared exactly how much cashback I got from my Discover It card, and you saw exactly how much cashback I made, and Discover actually matching the cashback that I made within about a year and some change. Actually, no, it was exactly a year. That's something that most credit cards offer just to incentivize you to start using it. Not going to be a factor here. Their main appeal, or I'll say hook to get you in, is their easy approval process. So with the pros and cons weighed, is the card worth it? I say it's worth it if you're starting out. And let's say you've gotten one of those hybrid cards like the Chime Credit Builder, which there's a link to that in the card on the screen right now if you want to check that out after you finish watching this one. But if you have that, it's not going to affect your credit utilization like we kind of discussed. So you get this card and you have 2 new accounts that's open on your credit report now, which is great. And then you have one that's affecting your credit utilization. So as long as you, get gas with one card every now and then and make sure you pay it off immediately, you can go ahead and start building that credit history up and start rebuilding or building your credit history. But outside those scenarios, I would say the card's really not worth it because there are other credit cards that offer cashback and sign-on bonuses and travel perks and stuff like that. So if you qualify for those, chances are you probably just go over there. But if you're starting out or if you have bad credit and you need to rebuild, this is a good starting place. Then once you stick with this for 6 months to a year, maybe 18 months if you have a bad credit, you can go ahead and upgrade to another card. But like I said, there's no annual fee for this one. So unless you really need your $300 back, you can just keep the account open and it can just stay as one of your longer running accounts on your credit history and continue to build it up. But with that being said, that covers our OpenSky review. I still think it's a great card. It's the first card I started out with, and I still have it. But like I said, if you're not dealing with the scenarios I just mentioned, I would probably skip this one. But that does it for this video. If you have any other questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. If you have a credit card or a financial topic that you want me to cover, feel free to leave that in the comment section too. Like this video if you found value in it, and don't forget to subscribe if you're new. I'll catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. In my last video about credit cards, I shared the fact that I used to have bad credit, but through a process, I was able to turn it around. Well, y'all seem to really want more about that process, so that's what this video is for. I went from a credit score of 492 all the way to one of 743. And this video will be explaining the process of exactly how I was able to pull that off. Because I'm glad to say that this process is very duplicatable. And if you're suffering from not really having any credit established because you're young, or if you have bad credit, provided that you're sincere in not making the situation worse if you have bad credit, i.e. making sure you pay future debts on time, then this process will help your situation no matter where you are. So let's get into it. Greetings everyone, this is Elijah from Financial Anatomy, and welcome to another video where you'll learn how to take control of your financial destiny. On this channel, we talk about apps that involve money, and we're expanding into talking about credit cards, and your credit score, because y'all really seem to be eating this information up, which makes me happy. As some of you may know, having bad credit or even having no credit can kind of be disastrous when it comes to moving your way through society. What I mean by that is a credit score is instrumental in you being able to finance a car and being able to qualify for a mortgage, and it even determines in a lot of cases how much your rate will be for auto insurance. If you have no credit, you may not even qualify for some of these things. And if you have bad credit, not only may you not qualify, but if you do qualify, the interest rate is usually going to be atrocious. If you have good, great, or excellent credit, this is when the scenario starts to flip on its head, and you really see the benefits of being able to just move through society and not get screwed over so much in terms of high interest. Of course, before we get into the process or my story, I have to publicly say that I don't endorse the use of getting into debt or overusing credit cards that in turn gets you into credit card debt. The process I use involves me not paying any interest on any payments on the credit card. Reason being is it's always paid off before the end of the month, so it can benefit my credit score, but it doesn't put me into debt. One of the fallacies about using a credit card is you have to let them make some money off of you, so you have to pay some interest. This is completely false. Credit card companies make their money off the interest payments from people who get in debt and then they can't afford to pay it off in a timely manner, so they basically have to make those interest payments. You can be one of the few people that aren't paying interest payments because you pay it off at the end of the month, and the credit cards could really care less. With that being said, if you genuinely are having a hard time financially and you need to use credit cards just to stay afloat, I recommend you check out my other channel, The Side Hustle Society, where I cover various ways of making money either from your phone or by getting another trade or skill so you can raise your income to take care of your problems instead of using a credit card. Now that we've got that disclaimer out the way, let's get into exactly my story with having a bad credit score and how I was able to turn it around. So when I was in my early 20s, I was actually the victim of a credit scam. These were running rampant back in the day, where basically if you have student loans, these scammers would claim that you don't have to pay the student loan off, and they would work some magic on your credit report to get the student loan part removed. The way this works is either they do it or they give you the instructions to do it, but you dispute all your student loans on your credit reports from Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. During this dispute process, you ask the loan issuers for certain information that they're not going to send you. And when the credit bureaus don't hear back from them, they automatically take that off your credit report. What they don't tell you is that's only temporary. It'll stay off for maybe 6 months to a year, then it's going to reappear, or even worse, the loan issuers may actually just send the account to collections, which is a whole nother problem in itself. Due to this being the case, this was going to remain on my credit score for the next 7 years until it's going to fall off just due to the statute of limitations on your credit report. Now, I'm actually not mad at this because it caused me to develop a mentality of paying for cash for everything, which has its pros and cons, but it's important to have that side of the equation because not enough people see the value of paying cash for things. But on the other side, you should see the value of having a good credit score and what it can help you get in society, like we already covered. But it forced me to have to deal with the problem at an early age of not having enough money and not having something like a credit card to fall back on to make payments if I'm in a punch. That's just my origin story with this. Fast forward 7 years later, and it finally did come off my port. The only thing that was on there was a car that I had financed, and I missed a few payments on when I was younger due to the situation I told you about before. With that being said, that's something that's going to drag down my credit score because payment history makes up 35% of your credit score. During this time, I got several horrible offers from various credit card companies. These are the credit card companies that, they pull various reports throughout the years and see that you have bad credit and you'll be a great candidate for this credit card that has like a 500 interest rate. I'm making that number up, but it's usually ridiculous, and you have to pay for the right to even use their card. Like, hey, in order, you've been approved, but in order to, get started, you got to give us some $200. And it's not like a secure credit card where like that $200 is put towards your credit limit. No, just to be able to use the card and get started, we want $200. We know you don't have any choice because you have bad credit. So go ahead and give us our $200, and you can go ahead and use our high interest credit card, and we know you're going to screw it up and have to pay us interest. Like, hell to the nah. In fact, I missed the opportunity to make a video on this, and it's one of those regrets I have. But I thought about getting all these offers that I had and just sitting here going through them, reading how much the interest rate costs and how much it costs just to use the card, just to show how ridiculous these companies are. Unfortunately, I don't get those offers anymore, so missed opportunity. Okay, back to the video. Speaking of video, if you're finding value in this video, if you give us a thumbs up, it's very much appreciated for the YouTube algorithm. And don't forget to subscribe if you're new, if you have an interest in improving your credit score or learning more about credit in general. With that being said, let's go ahead and hop back into the topic, which is ignore those bad offers. Instead, I use the following process to build my credit. This is also the credit building process that I talk about in my book, The Anatomy of Financial Success. So let's go ahead and get into the process. The good news nowadays in the year of 2024 and going forward, there are what I call hybrid cards out here. These are really debit cards that report to the credit bureaus by online banks, but for all intents and purposes, they are credit cards. The use of these cards is they don't require really any approval process. You just have to have an account with these online banks. And once you have an account with them, you can open up a credit builder account, and then you can transfer money into that account, spend some money on either Netflix or just buy gas with it once a month. And that payment is reported to the credit bureaus, because essentially when you transfer money to the credit builder accounts, the moment you make a payment with that card, the online banking company is going to automatically make a payment on your behalf to pay off that balance. And that's what gets reported to the credit bureaus. So you're essentially just getting paid to use a debit card, even though it's technically a credit card, which is awesome. This is something that will start building your credit history in a good way, in a positive way. And this is what I started doing. This was back in 2021 when I started this, and the banking card I decided to go with was the Chime Credit Builder card. Like I said, you pretty much instantly get approved as long as you have an account with Chime. And it's a great first step to go ahead and get the ball rolling. Even though it's a start, it doesn't solve the following problem. This card, nor any of the cards I mentioned, like these hybrid banking cards, are likely not going to have an effect on your credit utilization rate. The reason being is you're not going to really have a credit limit based on what I said before. So after about 3 months, I decided to get another card called Open Sky. This credit card is a secure credit card, meaning that you have to send them money in order to increase your credit limit and use the card. The amount of money you have to send them ranges between $200 to $300 minimum. Of course, you can send them more if you want, but that's the minimum you need in order for them to open your account and get started. And they have a very, very high approval process because they don't look at your credit score when it comes to approving you for this card. It's like a beginner credit card. It's really meant for this purpose of helping people establish credit, but it can also be used to bring you back from the grave in terms of bad credit. Once I got the Open Sky card, this allowed me to officially have a credit limit, which means that now my credit utilization rate was affected for the positive, because before it wasn't in the equation at all, so it didn't have the ability to affect my credit score in a positive way. Once the Open Sky credit card was got, I just bought gas with it once a month and paid it off instantly, once again building that credit history up. I used Open Sky for about 8 months, then I got an instant approval offer in the mail from the Discover It credit card, which is one of the best cards for people getting started when it comes to establishing credit. Now, if I hadn't got this in the mail, part of my plan was going to go ahead and apply on their website. So if you don't automatically get this card, just apply on the website. But I would say don't move forward until you've used the Open Sky for at least 12 to 24 months. Closer to 12 months if you don't have any credit. In fact, that's why after 8 months they went on and offered me the credit card. But if you have bad credit, maybe closer to 24 months, because you really want to have some good history that they can look at. In fact, I wouldn't go for the Open Sky credit card until your credit score is in the fair range, which we're about to get into in a sec. Once I got the Discover It card, I actually used it to finance the furnishing for my rental units that I put on Airbnb for my studio apartments. Now, like I mentioned before, I always pay this off at the end of the month. So I just used it to buy everything I needed on Amazon every time I needed to furnish another apartment. But when that balance posted, the money was already available to pay it off. I just paid it off. Once again, this is just building that credit history up, except for now I got 3 cases. I got the credit builder from Chime, I have the Open Sky card, and now I have the Discovery card. This is what eventually landed me a 743 for a credit score. But let's actually look at the timeline so you can see exactly when this happened and how my credit score rose throughout the time period. So these screenshots are basically taken from my Credit Karma account. So it's providing the timeline and where we can look at the credit score. So this process started in 2021. So it's basically a 3-ish year process, technically a little under 3 years. But June 16th, my credit score was 535, which I have a chart provided by Experian right next to us that we can look at. And as you can see, that's in the poor category. Yeah, not good. But the process literally was just starting, so didn't have a chance to really affect anything. Fast forward to 2022, June 18th, and the credit score is 654, which is definitely better. And if we look at the chart provided by Experian, I basically moved up a tier, so I'm in the fair category. And you're going to see that as a pattern. Each year, I'm moving up a tier in terms of credit score. 2023, June 14th, and the credit score is 710. So I'm now in the good category, which is excellent. And now we're at 2024, and the credit score is 743, which is in the very good category. Now, eventually I would love to break into the exceptional category between 800 and 850. Maybe I could do it by this time next year. I mean, we'll see, maybe even sooner, but that's the goal. So as you saw, this process from going from a very low credit score to the 743 took a little under 3 years, which is actually pretty good. And if you don't have any credit, this is a great process to start the momentum to go ahead and be moving to a very good or excellent credit score. And if you have bad credit, this process can really do nothing but help you, assuming, like I said, you are willing to go ahead and start the process of cleaning up your credit score and making your payments on time on your debts. So to reiterate, the process is to get one of these hybrid credit cards provided by these online banks. In this case, I decided to go with Chime, but there are different ones out there. But if you want to know more about the Chime Credit Builder card, you can check this video out where I did a review on the overall card. From there, apply for the Open Sky Secured Credit Card, which will have a very, very high chance of approval. But on both cards, just pay some kind of monthly expense like an electric bill or something with it. And in the Credit Builder account, it'll automatically be paid off. But if you're using Open Sky, make sure the money is available to pay it off immediately so you don't pay any interest. After about 12 to 24 months of doing this, you should be equipped to go ahead and apply for the Discovery card. And once you have that card, just repeat the process and just watch your credit score keep rising. In fact, I just got approved for the the Chase Freedom Unlimited credit card, which has much better cashback opportunities when it comes to rewards. But same rules apply. When I spend money with this thing, I'm going to pay it off immediately. But with that being said, that concludes this video. I've shared the process of how I went from basically a 492 credit score to a 743, and that 743 is just going to keep increasing over time because I'm going to keep using the same strategy. But if you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. Like this video if you found value in it, and don't forget to subscribe if you're new if you want more information on credit cards and how to manage your credit score effectively without paying any interest. This has been Elijah with Financial Anatomy. Catch you in the next video. Don't forget to get out there and take control of your financial destiny. So when they're looking to buy a home, they may be putting down a bigger down payment than just the standard, 20%, so they can avoid PMI. So if they actually were to put down a bigger down payment, let's say we use 40% just as a running number in this case, does that play an impact in the interest rate in any way? Could it work in their favor?
Yeah, it plays a huge impact on there because it's all about LTV, which is loan to value for the property. Now, of course, at 20% down or higher, you eliminate the PMI, the property mortgage insurance. But that's separate from homeowners insurance. You always have to have homeowners insurance. But the PMI is what the bank or the government will enforce to have on the loan anytime the LTV or loan to value is over 80%. If you are putting down more than 20%, of course, your interest rate is going to be significantly lower than if you were to put a lower down payment. So like for instance, like I have this one client that I'm working with. Originally he had in the file that he was going to put the 20% down, and with 20% down he got like a 6.75. Well, when he decided to, hey, I have this asset that I'm going to sell and I'm going to utilize these proceeds to make a large down payment, he put down 40%. His interest rate went from 6.75 to 6.05. Which saved him, over the 3/4 of a point, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the benefit of putting more money down. And as far as payment wise, it adjusted his payments by like $400, but not only because of the interest rate, but also because he was putting more money down.
Yeah, so you have more equity starting out.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. And going the other direction, and this is I wouldn't mind hearing your personal opinion on this, but so many people, they're so scared of a deal that will result in putting less than 20% down because of the PMI. But a lot of people don't realize that when you do get over the 20% threshold, however long it takes, the PMI is going to go away.
Yeah.
So like,
well, only on conventional. It does not go away on FHA.
Say what?
Only on conventional loans, the PMI would go away, but not on FHA.
Gotcha. I'm glad you made that distinguishment. Okay.
Yeah. So for FHA, the PMI stays on there for the life of the loan. So it stays on there for the full 30 years if you don't refinance into a conventional. On a conventional loan, you can call the bank and ask them to drop it at 80%, but it will automatically fall off at 78% LTV.
Is your fear of personal finance holding you back from going after what you want? What if I told you there was a way to get rid of your insecurities? Every person has their own way of making money, budgeting style, and a way of spending money. The key to financial success is the ability to use the right styles for you that ensure success. So rather than making you focus on avoiding your emotions, this book focuses on empowering them and using them to achieve what you want. Learn how to build and increase the income streams you desire. Understand how to budget your money in a way that you are always moving forward financially. Know how to remove the stress from spending money by knowing what works best for your personality. Learn methods to effectively evaluate a financial opportunity within minutes to see if it's right for you. The Anatomy of Financial Success, the key to building financial confidence and destroying insecurities about money. Buy now. Available in ebook, audiobook, and paperback.
Okay. So do you think that, let's say the only way like a person is can move forward is to put down under 20%? Would you just recommend that they just hold off on buying a home? Or do you think that they should go ahead and move forward?
I think that they should go ahead and move forward. The reason being is so I always tell people it's like you're never going to get away from paying mortgage. You're either going to pay someone else's or you're going to pay your own. So, like even if you're in an apartment, the person that owns the apartment 9 times out of 10 they have a mortgage, on that entire apartment complex, and so you're renting an apartment where you're contributing to that mortgage cost every month. I'm all in favor of paying your own mortgage. Just because, like, let's say in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, when you get ready to move, you're going to be able to recuperate some of the money that you paid, in every month, for that particular property. So, for instance, if you can qualify for a home at 3% down or 3.5% down, it's much better to go ahead and purchase the home or the condo rather than, renting, pretty much. Just because you're going to be able to get that appreciation. Now, where it comes in a huge benefit, let's say for instance, like right now in this market is we would consider it to be a buyer's market, even though when you look at the reports, it's going to say that it's balanced. We would consider it to be a buyer's market just because the homes are typically going under the listing price. So if but the interest rates are considered to be high right now at this point. So if you could purchase a home right now would be the time to do it, because when interest rates are high, like I said, you get a deal on the property, even if it's 3% down. Well, let's say the interest rates are pretty much expected to continue to drop down, but it's going to be a slow drop during 2025, and we're expecting to have a property value increase once we get closer to 2026. So if you put 3% down and then we see numbers like COVID again in 2026, well, that property has appreciated so much, you can call next year and ask for a rate and time refinance, or for the bank to send an appraiser out to get your property reappraised, and you may already be at that 20% mark to drop that PMI. So you don't have to wait that 7 to 13 years in order for that PMI to fall off. You can actually trigger it right away.
Okay, cool. And I think this is underrated, but let's say that what you said is more likely to happen than not, but let's just, in some other alternate universe, it's not going to happen. We mustn't forget that you can pay down the loan to the extent that gets you above the 20%, and then it will fall off that way too. It requires some financial planning. You get the income up and get it above that threshold, it can fall off that way too.
Yeah, that's definitely. So what I recommend to my clients is to, however you can. So once you make the mortgage payment for that month, make a separate additional payment of at least $200. If you make a separate additional payment, it's going to cut your mortgage time frame from 30 years to 25 to 23 years. And that's just by making an extra $200 a month payment. If you can make more and you're directing that extra payment strictly towards the principal rather than your future.
I was going to say you want to make sure you specify that, because now some companies, they will do it by default, but you got some companies, if you don't tell them make additional payments and direct it towards the principal, they'll direct it towards the interest.
Yeah, they will. So, now I think most banks have moved to being able to control your mortgage payments by app. And so, you can distinctively select, what you want that extra payment to go towards. Now, if you make it all in one payment, like let's say your mortgage payment is $1,500 a month, and you say, okay, well, I'm going to pay $1,700 this month.
Oh, God.
In that, because now that extra $200 just went towards the next month, rather than actually going towards the principal. This is why I encourage people to make separate payments, so you can directly, say that, hey, this extra payment I'm making is going to go towards the principal.
Yeah, and just so people can understand the totality of what he's saying, when you start a loan, you're paying mostly interest until you reach the halfway point, and it starts to bounce out to where you're paying mostly principal. But essentially, they want to get their money first. Yeah. That's why if you go ahead and pay the note and then you make an additional payment and target it towards the principal, that works differently from making a bigger payment on this note, because it's just going to get rolled into the next month's payment. And if you just realize what I said, by default, most of that's going to be going towards the interest.
Yeah, that's exactly correct.